I'd say. Please welcome Miss Aisha Diol. Thank you all for your patience. We wanted to make sure that our panelists are comfortable for the next 40 minutes. So that was very important. Mr. Bose, if you're ready, I would like to hand over to you and take your leave. I'm very close by if you need me. Over to you.
Good evening. Welcome, everybody. We have a very, very eminent panelist today here in the evening. And please take your seats. We are in for an exhilarating, exciting discussion on a subject which is romance. Now, romance, reviving romance, the art of lasting connection. Now, when we hear this topic for the first time, we feel, what is romance got to do with justice, love, and peace? But yes, it has. If we explore further, in depth, as I have stated, one usually associates the word romance with a relationship of love between a man and a woman. But what does the Oxford Dictionary say? It defines romance as an exciting, usually short relationship between two people who are in love with each other, such as a holiday romance. But this is only one aspect of the term romance. The meaning of romance is much wider than that. It means a sense of wonderment, excitement, adventure, and happiness. In short, it is a sense of positivity. That is the key word, sense of positivity. So just as romance can bind two human beings together with deep love and attachment, the same feeling can also imply a sense of wonderment at the beauty of our earth, our universe, nature, with its myriad of trees, flowers, and also the animal world. Without a deep sense of romance, we would not have great poets, musicians, artists, dancers. We have quite a few celebrities on the dais today. We wouldn't have them without romance. Romance is what inspires great literature. The great world poet, the first Nobel laureate of India, Rabindranath Tagore, was highly romantic. Because of his romanticism, He could produce literature which captured the world, which inspired many to do positive things in our world. It is thus romance which is the inspiration behind all sorts of creativity, whether we talk about great writers, artists, or music composers. Today, our world is torn apart with divisive forces. So it is through the revival of romance, of positivity, and love that we can begin to rebuild our world. We need to build connections across nations, peoples, communities, and religions. We had a session in the morning, how religion can unite. We must recall the saying of Swami Vivekananda. When Swami Vivekananda went to Chicago, he addressed the people there as brothers and sisters of America. Today, we take a cue from Swami Vivekananda, and we address all of you as brothers and sisters of United Arab Emirates and the world. I think the time has come. The one world concept must be actually implemented on the ground. We have had discussions many a time. We have spoken to leaders, change makers, but we are still at the very discussion stage. We need to rise above the discussion and implement the one world concept and bring about justice, love, and peace, not only in UAE, not only in India, not only in Asia, across the world. Differences among peoples in terms of ethnicity, religion, language should be seen as part of the richness of the world of ours, to be embraced and celebrated. Today we need to rekindle our sense of wonderment and joy with all that is the world of ours is endowed with. So let us begin to develop the art of lasting connections. We have such a brilliant group of panelists here today. I would like to open the discussion with certain thoughts and questions. And we would like to take this forward, as I have said, not only for discussion, but for implementation. We have Dr. Rumana Murad with us. She has come all the way from Malaysia. She's a princess. She's a lady who has contributed to society in her own way. Everyone present here have contributed to society in their own way. You need not only be in public life. There are people, there are senators here in public life who have done their bit. So we would like to now start the discussions with Dr. Rumana Murad. Question I would like to ask you, what are your thoughts? Why is emotional well-being so essential for lasting romantic and family relationships?
Thank you, Dr. Chandra Bose. Hello, everyone. I'm from Malaysia. I hope you know where Malaysia is. Okay. Anyway, I want everyone to be alert because now you just finished your lunch. And okay, let me go to the question, emotional well-being. Actually, emotional well-being is very important in our daily life. We have, because in our relationship, We have to be secure. We have to be in love with one another, like you with your spouse, and with your children, your family. So everything starts actually from yourself, from myself actually. So it goes to the family, the siblings, the children, you know, from father, mother love to the children. So it's very important for us to be able to have a good emotional standing. How to get the good emotional in ourselves? For me, I believe in the Almighty God. So my spiritual relation to God. So once you are with God, then you can be at peace with yourself. So whatever starts is actually everything starts from yourself. You have to have a good heart. You have to be at peace with yourself so that you can create peace surrounding with everyone around you. So for me, emotional stability is important in our relationship, day-to-day work, and in life also, so that when we have peace in ourselves, in the community, in the whole system, so we can live at peace with one another. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Excellent. I think that's a very positive way of thinking. Spiritualism. You see, it becomes very difficult for me to be very, objective as I get emotional when I talk about my great uncle, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who made an impact not only in India but across the world. He was a very spiritual person, and he was a follower of Swami Vivekananda. Netaji could get immense strength to fight for India's freedom because of his spiritualism. When he was distressed, when he was extremely upset during the war, he used to sit and meditate. He was a very, very religious person. He used to go and sit at the Dakshineshwar Kali temple and pray. But as far as the war is concerned, as far as politics is concerned, he never mixed religion with politics. He was above that. So if you see in his Indian National Army, there were 60,000 soldiers from various faiths. Netaji was a staunch, a devout Hindu, but he gave equal respect to all religions. So in the INA, there were Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains, but they were all united as Indians. So I think the message that spiritualism, we need to rise above petty politics, we need to rise above petty thinking. And if we are spiritual, like Swami Vivekananda, who was very inclusive, then I think we can capture the world and we can strike a chord with each and every person through the globe. Now, such eminent speakers, I think we need to give them more time. I know I don't want to really take the time and give a lengthy speech. I'm here just to do the moderation. But, sometimes I do, extend my talk. But please, please warn me to stay within the time limit. We need to do that. I will not mind. Now we come to Senator Hesena Limashran. She's a senator, she's in politics, and she has been contributing to society from public life. Now, I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what does a future built on love and mutual dignity look like?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocol observed. I think a future built on love and dignity would mean a place or a world where we embrace our diversity, we respect the values that each individual upholds, we accept that we are all from different and diverse backgrounds. We have tolerance in how we coordinate, how we relate with each other. We are not restricted or restrained by the boundaries of religion, race, social status, and whatnot. I love this summit because it has brought together people of all walks of life, people from very marginalized communities like me, from the African cultures, royalties, leadership, people in the corporate world, in the entertainment industry, but above all, we are here for a common good, for justice, peace, and love, because we all realize that those are the basis of our human interactions. And that also forms the basis of our values, what distinguishes good people from bad people. Bad people are those who do not have any values they respect. They do not respect the diversity of people. They do not exercise the gift of tolerance. And the good people is obviously the opposite, those who don't judge others. And for me, a future where all these barriers are done away with, that looks like a beautiful future. It also looks, also a beautiful future for me is a future where we respect personal decisions. You see that somebody has decided to do this, respectfully embrace them, and if you must correct them, you do it with a lot of dignity and respect. And we also respect our religious differences. Don't be surprised when you see a Buddhist worshiping or paying respect to a statue and you start insulting them, or a Muslim bowing down and kissing the ground or the floor, or a Christian going before the statue of Holy Mother Mary. Tolerance is what will build us a beautiful and respectful future. It's also a future where we don't, we accept that you must love people that you choose to love. If you do not, if you do not form a connection with the person, or if something like a marriage is no longer working, respectfully allow that person to go and find somebody else that they feel happy with. And you also have to accept with love that it's also not working on your part, and everybody can be happy at the end of the day. Thank you. It's a future also where nobody is discriminated, where the wealthy people or the blessed people take care of the less fortunate, where you share your gifts with the rest of the world, where you use your voice to empower those who are not empowered, to change the world, where everybody thrives with what they have and who they are without oppressing anybody else. It's a future where equality is embraced, and we all believe that the sun shines on everybody. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Your views are really appreciated, and I think we are all on the same page with you. And I think the song that we were hearing, Michael Jackson's song, Change the World, it's a lovely song. And we must commit ourselves for a better world. Now, coming to His Highness, Dr. Prince Mario Max Schumberg Lippe, I would like to ask you a simple question for you. How do you maintain authenticity and emotional presence in the public eye. You're a great public figure. So how do you maintain this presence in the eyes of the public?
Thank you so much for this great question. And first of all, I want to share with you how happy and blessed I am to be here with you in this room, because it's a historic moment. We are here together with a great message for the world. And every one of you, I feel there is so much love, there is so much great energy. And it's very, very special. Who came here already showed the effort to make this movement, I call it, and start this wave for a great future together. And of course, thank you so much for the UAE for hosting us. What a wonderful country. Since landing, I felt so at home, so welcome. It's beautiful here, and we shared a wonderful lunch just minutes ago with His Highness Sheikh Awad. And I tell you one thing, the royal families here in the United Arab Emirates are very special. They're so caring and so loving. And I think that's a good intro. Yes, please, a big applause for our host country and for the people of the United Arab Emirates. They're wonderful. And now coming to the way how to deal with the public. So I always feel it's all about personal connections. When I'm on a stage, and I host a lot, it's events like I host New York Fashion Week for years, or then I'm a peace ambassador and I talk at the United Nations headquarters in New York, and I'm living myself in the United States now. So when I'm at a place like here, I try to meet many of the people because it's all very personal. And it all starts with family and it continues with extended family. And I was so honored and so happy to see my mother, Her Highness Princess Antonia, on stage yesterday. And I also want to dedicate this moment to my beloved father, who is looking to us now from heaven. And family values and family, that's what it is all about. And I see people that have the same idea, that share the same vision as a family. And I'm so proud and honored to call you here my peace and my justice and my love and my select and elect family, because we are here together for bringing the world into the right way. And we all talk about how challenging things are, but one thing is important. Love solves everything, person by person, problem by problem, and piece by piece. Because if we love someone or something, we are very dedicated. And for example, when we had the wildfires, me living in California, we had the fires in LA, and we have a big compound outside from LA. So what I did is I called all my friends and I texted it on my social media. I put it up. Who needs help? Who needs housing? Who needs food? I want to help, personal. And I don't want to put something up in the air, oh, this should be done. I want to be the person who grabs someone who is a victim by the hand, walks them into my door, feeds them well, and puts at least a little smile on their face. And on another perspective, I love initiatives that really help. So in Florida, we have a gala it's called a New Haven for the Newborns. And that means when the little babies that are born into less fortunate families and the mothers are desperate, want to find a place for the babies, there is a plaque on every single fire station, on all the hospitals, where they can call and where they can find a new home for the babies. So I feel the little things we can all do in our surrounding, these are going to help. Take action and not move it to someone else, not blame anyone. Take the action yourself and try to expand your family. And the same thing with people you work with. There are a lot of very successful business men and women here. And for example, people working in our corporation, we treat them like family. We respect them so much because they are part of the movement. They're part of what we do. And so love and respect for me is all about the family and extended family. And you, every single one of you, you're wonderful and you have such a good energy. And I want you to focus just like 2 seconds on the energy in this room. Do you feel how great this energy is? The quality of the people in here, every one of you, and the spotlight we have here up on stage, that's the one I want to share with the entire room, because we are one here and this energy is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. Are we feeling the energy across the room?
Are we feeling
Yes.
the energy?
Energy, yeah. Lovely. Thank you. You see, this is a digital world, but I think the personal touch is very important to really connect with people. And today, the message is very clear, what Prince Mario has said, that during the fires, you go across to help people, you connect with people, you love people. I think that makes a difference in this world. We may be digitalized, but we must also connect with people on a personal basis, and that has been possible here. We must thank this forum, Dr. Huzaifa Koraikiwala, to arrange this event. I think if we can arrange such an event across the world, in each of the cities, I think we can achieve a lot. We can really connect with the world. Now we move on to Sir Mustafa for your contribution, a question that we would pose to you. You would explain, you'll tell us how you are able to connect through romance, through love, how you are able to connect with the people to attain peace across the world. The question to you is, how do you see connection as part of the legacy that you are building?
Well, thank you very much. And Mr. Moderator, I stand on existing protocols and thank the organizers for this beautiful summit. I want to use a very practical example because I am a business leader. I started business some 35 years ago in a small country called the Gambia. And I have a vision to develop 1 million affordable homes across the continent of Africa. But I want to use a very practical example here that happened 4 hours ago. And on the issue of connection and building a legacy. Yesterday, I sat to a very distinguished lady. And I just turned to her at dinner and just asked her, but what do you do for a living? And she responded, I am retired. I said, well, retired doing what? She said, I was the former president of Mauritius. So imagine in a gathering like this, I was sitting to somebody who was a president between 2015 and 2018. So it didn't stop there. At breakfast today at the hotel, I saw her and then sat with her. But in terms of connection and leaving a legacy, at the age of 68, I'm extremely active on social media. So I never miss a moment. So I move around with my pocket tree, a DJI pocket tree, set to interview her, and then I posted across all my social media handles 4 hours ago. And guess what? We have discovered that we have so many common friends. Friends have been now moving around the globe, contacting both of us. Now, out of all the posts that I have done, so far, within 4 hours, I have had over 50,000 views. So that is how the world is connected digitally, and there's no boundary in age, in race, or in religion. So for me, in building my legacy, connection that I use today, which is very common, is social media. Aside from that, I give back to society. Because 8 years ago, I decided to retire. Because obviously at 60, I thought, well, I have done what I am supposed to do, and I'm a father of 4 girls. Let me now hand over the baton to my girls, and then, go into retirement. But then I got bored. So what did I do? I set up a foundation, and in my foundation, I have 7 initiatives. One of them is on leadership. And in my leadership academy, I teach these young people in the Gambia and across the continent 12 core values of leadership, which I would like to share with you. It's very easy. It's acronymed ICE, Faith, CHIP. I is for integrity, C is for communication, E is for empowerment, F is for futuristic vision, A is for accountability, D is for decision making, and other E for empathy, and then a C for good communication, then an H for honesty, and then I for innovation, and P for passion. So using these, we can change the world, because you get to a certain age in life, and this is a question I always ask myself: what next? And I think what next is leaving a legacy. And at my age now, that's what I work on, leaving a legacy more towards the younger ones of this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Mustafa. Every one of the panelists, they have different background, different experience, but the goal is the same. Our goal is the same: to bring about justice, love, and peace across the world. I think that is the important factor. Our path may be different, but the goal we need to reach is the same. We want peace across the world. A rising star in the film fraternity, Esha Doyle, is here. She's come all the way to Dubai to be with us and share her views on how to really attain that peace that we are all striving for. Esha, I would like to ask you, with your background, with your brilliant acting capabilities that you have, what advice would you give to those seeking to rekindle love in long-term relationships?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be here with all you wonderful dignitaries and esteemed guests here on stage and in the audience. Well, yes, coming from a background of mine which is full of dance, culture, and films, what I would like to tell people who are trying to rekindle or reconnect with the, romance in their life, I think it's very important to go inward. The more you go inward and deeper within yourself is where you'll know what you want. And when you know what you want, life becomes easier for the person in front of you. And having said that, I feel, feeling full inside is very easily said than done. I'm in a world which is constantly filled with lots of people, whether we are on a film set or otherwise, constantly interacting with people. And it's very important to have certain practices in life. When we dance, our dance is an Indian cultural dance. It's on Indian mythology. It's on Indian gods and goddesses. So in a way, it's a prayer in itself. So for me, dance somewhere is a meditation. It helps me go within. And I feel blessed by our gods and goddesses every time we perform on stage. Besides that, also, I feel doing some sort of practice on a daily basis. Simple things like grounding, just sitting and meditating or chanting, helps you spend, it's very important to spend time with yourself and give yourself that morning, I think half an hour, 20 minutes, where we are also changing, I think, every day. Like today's event here with all of you is definitely going to give me something to take back, which will create a change in me. And I would say that evolving and changing with time is very essential, but also going within and knowing what you want is what will help you rekindle a lot of aspects in life and be easier for the person in front of you as well.
Lovely, lovely. I think the message is loud and clear from this group of panelists, most eminent and most versatile, that whatever is our background and experience, we can achieve it. If the commitment is there, we can achieve it. We can achieve peace. We can ensure there's justice and love across the world. We need to move further in the session, and I would like to come back to Dr. Romana Murad again. Would you like to take a question?
Of course.
Ah. Okay. Now, why is emotional well-being so essential for lasting romantic and family relationships?
Okay. Thank you for the question. We are talking about emotional, again, emotional stability. I think this question you asked me just now.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you
I
need
beg
to
your
ask
pardon.
me
You
other
have
question.
already replied. Okay,
Yes.
I'll put another question to you.
All right, please do.
What role does spiritual grounding play in nurturing deep personal connection?
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
this is a very valid
spiritual.
question for you.
We're talking about spiritual, yeah? Okay, definitely spiritual. I think throughout this summit, we have been talking so much about spiritual, our relation to our Creator. So for me, I do believe that we have to be close to the Creator so that when we have a good relation with our Creator, we will have peace in our heart. Yeah? Okay. And also, it will, if you are at peace with yourself, then surrounding you also, they will be at peace with you because you are giving them calmness, giving them happiness, love. We are talking about romantic between husband and wife, romantic with the children. These are all love. So today we have this global justice, love, and peace. We want to spread love to everyone. Be at peace with yourself. How to be at peace? Try to be closer to the spirit. Spiritually, you be closer to your Creator, to God. And also as a mother, I instill this in my children. I have 4 sons. They're all grown up already. One of my son is over here with me today. So in my household, we believe in love. We always care for one another. If we cannot talk to one another, we will use social media, yeah? Like WhatsApp, Facebook. So at least my children knows what I'm doing, and I also know what they're doing. So that is how we're using the electronic media now to get in touch with one another, connectivity. So today, like me, I meet all of these panelists and also all of you, some of you. So we will get contacts and we will connect with one another. So spiritual is important, and be at peace with yourself spiritually. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you need to be selfless in order to be romantic, loving, and peaceful? Do you need to be selfless?
Actually, you have to be yourself. You cannot be selfless or selfish. But whenever, depends on the situation. If that is what you think is right, then you have to fight for it because that is, you know that you are right. But the thing is, we would like to try to be at peace with one another.
Right.
So we try to understand what they want. Listen first. Don't fight. Listen first.
Right.
And once you listen, you analyze, how am I going to solve this problem?
Excellent. Yes.
Okay, that is how I deal with daily lives and
Thank
me
you.
as a peacekeeper. Thank you.
Right. Well, there is a short quote from Swami Vivekananda. He had said, "Give me a few people who are selfless, and I can shake the world." So I would like to say, give us more people who are selfless, then we can attain peaceful existence and peace in the world. Now we move to Senator, once again, Senator Hasena Lemission. You represent the younger generation. So what do you feel? What is your advice you would like to give to the young people of not only your country, but to the world? Young people to navigate love in the digital age. How do we attain that? To give love in the digital era.
Thank you so much. So based on personal experiences, I think the best advice I would give to young people to navigate love in this digital era is one, to make sure that you are not pressured by anybody, not the society, not the age, not your culture or your background. Because every person is created uniquely, and there are things that are very unique to you. And in love, particularly in a romantic love, you need somebody that you can connect to, somebody who will not be a stumbling block to you rising or becoming whatever you want to be. You would need somebody who is very supportive and somebody who complements you. And remember, there are about over 8 billion people on the planet. So do not be pressurized to survive a situation with somebody. Secondly, as far as love or your individuality is concerned worldwide, I would love to tell my fellow young people, and by the way, I represent the youth in the Senate of Kenya. So the youth is my business. And I would like to tell them that I have been in the entertainment industry. I have been a beauty queen before, pioneer Miss Tourism, and then Samburu and Miss Commonwealth Kenya from the year 2018 and 2020. And now I'm in politics. So I have been through several industries, and professionally I'm in finance. So I know quite a bit about several industries. And one thing I can tell you, do not conform to the pressures of the social media. Because I will be brutally honest, a lot of what is happening there is an act. It's acting. It's not real life. You have no idea. The celebrities will ask the cameras, follow me around, let me look like I'm rich. They are not rich, my fellow young people. It is the social media, it's the pressures of the social media. There are a lot of things you don't see behind the scenes. Oh, I want to appear famous, let the cameras follow me. That's fine, they are making money, yes, but that's not your life. Maybe your life is in a completely different industry, and you need to pursue what will make you great. You have to bloom where you're planted. You cannot be having a fantastic job at the bank and suddenly you want to be an influencer because you think there is a lot of money in influencing. My friends, a lot of people are suffering. If you could remove the paparazzis and have a binoculars view of their real life. I just have to be honest to you because I know this is one of the largest contributors of mental health problems among the young people worldwide. It's the pressures that they want to conform to. If one advice I was given when I was very young in high school is that no matter what you do in this life, try to be assertive. And assertiveness means looking back to your own integrity as a person. What defines you? What distinguishes you from everybody else? If you're not assertive to your own self, you cannot be assertive to the rest of the world. So just be true to yourself. I can afford this. You have seen a lady wearing a very expensive brand. Do I afford this? Yes or no? If you can't afford, the world will not collapse. Your day is coming to afford it. So just be true to yourself. Be content with what you have while you work hard for what you want to achieve. The second advice I was given when I was young was that dream big, such that your dreams scare you. Like right now, I am a senator. In the future, probably I want to be the Director General of World Trade Organization. I don't know. Or the President of Kenya, the first female president. But while you work towards your scary dream, you have to be rational in your dreams. You have to categorize your dreams according to the one that scares you, let it be at the top. And then there are small dreams that you have to achieve before you get to the bigger dream. So what are these small dreams? Build your networks. Have values that make people remember you or want to be friends with you. Respect the networks that you have. Don't meet the CEO of TAF today and want to, play small or behave badly with them. Respect them so that they learn who you are. And in the future, they are able and confident enough to refer you to somebody or to another connection. I think I've said enough.
We really appreciate Senator Hazena. I think you are the youngest panelist among us, but your vision is very clear. Even at this age, you're a visionary. And I think a message to the youth of the world should go from Senator here, that whatever you do, be focused. You must maintain that. And the other issue that she raised is about character building. She stated that the youth must first build character. And whatever you do, politics, social work, or corporate, in the corporate world, you must achieve, and you would achieve if your commitment is there. So we really thank you for your views, and the message is loud and clear from your side. Thank you. So we now continue the discussion. All of you enjoying the discussions? Raise your hand, please. Okay. Because this is a after lunch session, so we need to shake up. Okay, we are restrained for time, but as you say, timing is also very important. We must keep to our timing. A question to Your Royal Highness. How can storytelling and media shape a more authentic understanding of connection?
That's a good question, because coming with my family, my father had it all his life, and of course we have to deal with media all our lives. And they write about you, and you read about this, and you're like, oh really, I didn't know about this myself. And then I realized it's better to be the media, to be the broadcast, to be the source yourself, because otherwise people make up a story. And I'm sure every one of you can relate. You don't want to hear stories about you that are fabricated or that are loaded with fantasy. The good ones, yes, the fairy tales, but the other ones, no. So what I realized is being active on social media, or in my case, I was starting a television show, and we did for 11 years broadcast to a reach of more than 100 million people in all the German language countries. And then, of course, I'm active on the social media. I do it myself on Instagram, Prince Mario Max, and Twitter and Facebook. So I learned express yourself. But most important, I feel, is respect. And I want to connect now love and peace and the summit to respect. Because the most important thing to have in your life is respect. I have so much respect for anyone that came before me. We can learn from the older generation. And I feel a lot of the kids nowadays in regions of this world, they don't get taught this. And I want to share this message every day of my life. Respect what the older generation has to teach you. They have been through so many situations you might encounter, and it will help you what experience they have made. Respect where you go to. You come to another part of the world. The people are different. They have a different belief. They have a different look. Respect everything they say. Respect all the food they cook for you. Respect the kindness they give to you in their way, in their culture. And also in business, respect how other people are doing business and figure out your way how you can collaborate. And I have met a fascinating family here. You will all know the name, Korakivala, Dr. Huzaifa's family. Big applause for this family, because their family is here in unity, all together, and they're a beautiful family. And I respect them so much because I see how they respect each other's. The children already look up to the parents, to the grandparents. And when I see them sitting there at breakfast, I look to them with so much joy because there is so much love. And they are so beautiful, such beautiful people, because they combine success with a mission. They do not sit in their beautiful mansion by themselves and enjoy themselves. They go out in this world, they fly here all together as a family to spread a message, to put together this event, bring us all together. And I'm thankful and I respect that so much. And one side note that's interesting, I'm now in the phase of my life where everything works very well. I have a beautiful home, I have a wonderful business, I have a wonderful public career. So I want to have a family now. And I saw the family of Dr. Huzaifa and with the kids and everyone is so beautiful. And I was like, that's my next step in life. I'm gonna marry, have kids. And I want to have this beautiful situation and share the respect I have for my parents with my future children. And so love and respect goes along. And I thank Dr. Huzaifa. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, for your greetings. We really appreciate. Now, quickly, we are hard-pressed for time, but I would quickly go to Sir Mustafa. What values sustain love across time, generations, and public roles?
Well, thank you again. There are so many values that really sustain love across time. But I just want to emphasize 2 or 3 most important. And it was mentioned yesterday by our guest speaker, mutual respect. Because whatever you're doing, I mean, you must be empathetic. You must understand the other side that you are dealing with, that respect is key. That's number 1, mutual respect. That's one of the values. Number 2 is also communication. Because if you don't communicate very well, then you can be misinterpreted. So communication is a key value to whatever you are doing to sustain love. I mean, there are many more. I mentioned the issue of empathy, adaptability, being adaptable to one another. So because we are pressed for time, I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm sure we'll network more. But this is one thing that is key, and I want to underline that the takeaway should be out of mutual respect. In this big gathering that we are here, we come from different backgrounds, different religion, different continents. We are gathered here. But there's one thing that we share, all of us, is mutual respect. So, and that's where I will come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming to Esha, women are making great strides. In fact, in the competitive world, they are sometimes doing better than men. How can modern women redefine love on their own terms?
Modern women or traditional women, at the end of the day, a woman is a woman. And I think it's about feeling. As women, we feel things. As simple as, the touch of a flower is felt by us. Similarly, if someone screams at us, we feel it. And we go very deep when we feel anything. So keeping all these little points in mind, I think can you repeat the question again? Because
how can modern women redefine love on their own terms?
Correct. By not choosing to fit in, I think when one, especially in today's time, like, they also mentioned that social media plays such a big role, and everyone wants to fit into what is in fad now. There's a word that they use on social media called fad, which I didn't know, but I'm learning with time. So choosing to be yourself, choosing to embrace the values that you are brought up with. I think we all have a solid system where we have a certain upbringing and certain values. And keeping all that in mind, if you are able to navigate life through today's changing times, whether it's with technology or the way people see love, romance, relationships, I think keeping all that in mind and knowing who you are and owning who you are, you got to own up to being who you are and be confident and know what you want without fitting in. I think it'll be a smooth sailing process for all the women who are trying to, fit into today's times.
Apologies for the interruption, Ms. Esha.
I didn't see that. I was too busy talking.
And we love listening to all of you, and I wish, they say when you're passionate about something, you can talk about it forever, and clearly this is a really passionate group.
Oh, that's the
But if you don't mind, and with all due respect, we have to move on.
Thank you for giving us time, and thanking for, we have to close, but I think our deal is done. Our message is clear. So as we gently bring this beautiful, soul-stirring session to a close, we are reminded of a truth that often fades beneath the clamor of modern life. Love is not a fleeting trend. It is a steadfast practice. Tonight we have learned that lasting connection is not woven in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of daily presence, in the courage to be emotionally honest, and in the willingness to care deeply, even when it's difficult. With this, we conclude. We must thank Dr. Huzaifa Korakiwala for showing the path, for giving us the lead. And we take this cue and we would follow the lead till we attain peace across the world, in a world where there is so much conflict. But let us at least do our bit to attain peace. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai Vishwa.
May I please have Dr. Huzaifa Korakiwala join us and hand over tokens of appreciation, small mementos to all of our panelists for joining us and gracing us with so much knowledge. It's so simple, yet very complicated. So can we please have the mementos? I believe our mementos will start with Her Royal Highness Princess Dr. Ramona Murad of Malaysia. Thank you so much for being here today, Your Royal Highness. His Highness Dr. Prince Mario Max Schomburg Lippe. Thank you for your kind, intellectual, and insightful words on this panel. Next, may we please have the memento for Mr. Mustafa NG, the chairman of TAF Global from Gambia. Thank you, Mr. Mustafa, for being here today and contributing to the summit. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Aisha Deol, Indian actor, classical dancer, the author of Amma Mia, and a passionate mother. Thank you very much, Aisha, for those final closing remarks. If I could please invite all panelists to line up, we would like to take a photograph with all of you together. We'd like to appreciate our moderator, Mr. Chandra Bose, a socio-political activist, whose lovely moderation has really kept all of us awake after a heavy lunch. We'll also thank Senator Republic of Kenya, Global Peace Ambassador, Senator Hizena Lamaletian. Huge thank you to all of our moderators, our panelists. May I please request media to give way to our appointed photographers. Please could you step to your sides. Feel free to take pictures, however you're making a block for our appointed photographers. Come forward. What a fantastic session we've just had, reviving romance, the art of lasting connection, from parenthood to marriage, and how to navigate the complexities of today's world with love. Let's please give our moderator and a panelist a huge round of applause for making that afternoon come alive. Thank you. May I please invite on stage Mr. Steve Kapoor. We have a special announcement for Mr. Steve Kapoor to join us on stage. The emissionary and special advisor of the Prime Minister of Guinea-Bissau is here with a thank you on behalf of the Prime Minister. He'd like to honor him. Can we please have you join us on stage? Mr. Steve Kapoor. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we have on stage Mr. Steve Kapoor, the advisor of the Prime Minister of Guinea-Bissau, who's here, traveled from far, far away to congratulate, to support, and show their love for the commitment of the Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit. Thank you very much, Mr. Kapoor, and our regards to your Prime Minister. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We'll give you a couple of minutes to engage and clear up the front area before we move on to the following session. However, in the meantime, we have a lovely message sent to us from quite far away by Miss Irina Bokova, all the way from Bulgaria. If I could ask my colleagues in AV to play that video for us, please. The former Director General of UNESCO, Miss Irina Bokova, is going to share a few words with us.
I still remember vividly the words of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who visited UNESCO at that time and spoke about the power of yoga. And he said, "Yoga awakens a sense of oneness and harmony with itself, society, and nature. By changing our lifestyle and creating consciousness, it can help us deal with climate change and create a more balanced world globally. Indeed, by awakening the sense of yoga and wholeness, yoga reveals the union between body and mind with the world and nature. And today, born in India, yoga now belongs to all humanity, representing a truly transformative force, a path for each woman and man to contribute through themselves to creating more peaceful, inclusive, and harmonious societies." Ladies and gentlemen, Let me say in conclusion that while we collectively strive to amplify tolerance and peaceful coexistence, humanity today is in dire need of compassion, understanding, and fraternity among all people, regardless of their ethnicity, faith, or belief. We live indeed through times of conflict, uncertainty, and unpredictability. Yes, people and societies are more connected than ever before, but they're also deeply fragmented. Historic changes are underway, and there is a constant need to rethink peace and reinvent development to ensure a better future for all, to reinvent the concept of living together that has never been so much in demand. And yes, we live side by side in ways that have never been before. But how to ensure that this means living together in peace and respect and not in conflict? Will we accept to be divided along the barriers of our nations, cultures, economic status, gender, or faith? Or will humanity rise up as one single family, sharing the same planet, making the most of its diversity to foster human fraternity and human dignity? We indeed need to renew this spirit of togetherness, solidarity, and empathy. And I do believe we can. These are the high stakes of this impressive gathering of political leaders, academia, governments, the private sector, and philanthropists. I wish the forum much success, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that message, all the way from Bulgaria by Miss Irina Bokova. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate in the presence of royalty, we all have this buzz within us. If I may please ask you, request you to take your seats. Out of respect for the following panelists and moderators that are going to be on stage, I would love for you to give your undivided and equal attention to them, their speech, their opening, their questions, and their insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please, may you take your seats. I want to quickly point out these 7 quotes of inner peace, all curated specifically for the Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit. Our 7 quotes of inner peace are about gratitude, forgiveness, loving, humility, a life of giving, truth, and last but not least, patience. With that, it is now time for the following session. If I could ask you all to please take your seats, take your respective places so we can continue this afternoon without any interruptions and any delays. Coming up next, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Ms. Rawan Musa, to take over the stage and introduce to you what seems to be quite an exciting session coming up next. Over to you, Rawan. Thank you.
Thank you, Enid. Good afternoon, everyone, again. It's my honor to welcome you to this profound session titled Human Values, Foundation of Inner Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world grapples with division and disconnection, it is voices of clarity, humility, and conscience that quietly lead us back to what matters the most. We are honored to welcome Shando Siroya, renowned business leader, humanitarian, and vice chairman of the Dubai Gold and Jewelry Group, whose life and work reflect a deep commitment to human dignity, ethical leadership, and service beyond self. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Shando Siroya. Thank you. To open our session, we turn to a figure whose life is testament to the quiet strength of moral courage. Dr. Shireen Ebadi, Nobel Peace Laureate, former judge, former judge and one of Iran's most fearless human rights defenders, has shown the world that justice is not just a legal concept. It is a lived commitment, often at great personal cost. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Shireen Ibadi. Our next panelist is the legend, visionary force behind this very summit, Dr. Huzaifa Karakiwala. Chairman of the Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit. As a business leader and humanitarian, Dr. Huzaifa has dedicated his life to advancing justice and unity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Lech Walesa, ex-president of Poland and Nobel Prize laureate. Welcome to the stage. In the shipyards of Gadnes, surrounded by steel and silence, one man sparked a revolution, not through force, but through faith in people and a deep love for freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Lech Walesa. Please join me in welcoming Kolajit Singh Shabara, investor, entrepreneur, and culture ambassador, whose life's work is rooted in service, cross-cultural harmony. Welcome to the stage. Joining us now is Dr. Rania Telespor, His Royal Highness the Prince of Madagascar, a royal leader, pastor, and entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Dr. Rania. Please welcome Dr. Sara Al-Madani, a bold voice of authenticity, self-belief, and values-driven entrepreneurship. Please welcome to the stage the public speaker and TV personality, Dr. Sara Al-Madani. Joining us online is His Excellency Roy Dorad de Barros, former Prime Minister of Guinea-Bissau. Please let's welcome online Roy Barros. Mr. Siroya, I now handle the session to you. You may start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause for my team here, please, my panelists? Thank you. This shows that you're still awake. And if you're not awake, I wanted to wake you up. I hope I will be able to ask the questions, but I would like also all of you to ask one or two questions in the end. So please pay attention to what I'm asking so we don't ask duplicate. Thank you. It's a joy to be here with you today for a conversation that speaks not only to our intellect, but to our soul of who we are and who we hope to become. In a world spinning with noise, conflict, and complexity, we often look outwards towards politics, policies, and power for solutions. But today, this session invites us to turn inwards, because peace that lasts is not built on silence, it is built on values. As a jeweler, I've long been aware of the intricate beauty and inherent value that lies not only in precious material, but also in the ethical principles that underpin our interactions and our inner lives. Just as the finest jewelry requires a foundation of integrity and careful craftsmanship, so does inner peace require a strong base of human values. I have come to believe that the true foundation of all external peace is inner harmony. And that inner harmony is impossible without human values, truth, compassion, humility, service, integrity, and I would say gratefulness. These are not ideas from the past, they are the blueprints for our future. So today, we ask, what does it mean to live by our values, not just in private, but in public? How can justice, leadership, business governance, even activism be transformed when rooted in something deeper than ambition? Today, we have the distinct honor of hosting an exceptional, I repeat, exceptional panel of global leaders, thinkers, and change makers, each bringing a unique perspective on how these fundamental values shape our individual well-being and the harmony of our world. People that lead not only with impact, but with intention. Each of them embodies the truth that peace does not begin in a treaty, a headline, or a law. It begins in the heart. So friends, with this short introduction, I am going to start by asking a question to none other than the chairman of this conference. He has worked really, really hard to bring this amazing idea to fruition. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Huzaifa? I think he is one person who has been supported so ably by his whole family. So I think a bigger round of applause for his whole family. Thank you, sir, for bringing this amazing concept to life. Dr. Korakiwala, as chairman of the Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit, you are deeply involved in promoting these crucial concepts on a global scale. How do you see justice, love, and peace as interconnected human values that are foundational for individual and collective inner peace? Could you share some key insights into the summit's work in highlighting this connection?
So the topic of this panel is human values. So the word itself describes itself. Value is something which is important, significant, and it has a value. And what is the thing which has value for human being? So that is itself describes the word human value. Now, human values there are several types of human values. For example, in this summit, we have chosen in the I Am Peacekeeper movement 7 human values that are gratitude, forgiveness, love, humility, giving, patience, and truth. And just to ensure that the human values are remembered in a better way, every human value we have given for one day of the week. For gratitude, we selected Monday, forgiveness Tuesday, love Wednesday, humility Thursday, giving Friday, patience Saturday, and truth on Sunday. So today is Happy Truth Day. Today is Sunday. So I wish all of you and all the peacekeepers a Happy Truth Day. Now, human values, there are a positive human value and there's the opposite of it, the negative. So in our daily life, we have to make a choice. Do we press the button of gratitude or complain? Do we press the button of forgiveness or revenge? Love or hatred? Humility or pride? Giving or selfishness? Patience or panic? And truth or falsehood? So every time we press the positive button of human value, by the law of karma, which is there in all the religions of the world, we get something in return when we press the positive human value button. And what we get in return is we get our own inner peace of mind. We get more peace of mind internally. And whenever we press the negative button, we lose the peace of mind. We get tension, we get afraid, we get panic, we get nervous, all this. So it is in our own self-interest that we should press the positive button of human value. And Whenever more human beings have more inner peace by pressing the positive button, more of humanity are at peace with their own self. And only when you are at peace with your own self, you can give the peace to the other people around you. So the foundation of world peace is human values. It is the inner peace of individuals where the world peace has a chance.
Wow, so beautifully put. When you are peaceful, you can provide peace to others. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Dr. Shireen Abadi. Abadi is a Nobel Peace Prize winner, and she looks so simple. So thank you for coming here today. Dr. Ibadi, considering your extensive experience as a social activist advocating for human rights, what role do you believe international platforms and global collaboration play in promoting and protecting the human values that are essential for fostering inner peace on a worldwide scale? How can individuals and organizations contribute to this global effort?
مهمترین
The most
مسئله
important issue is
این است که ما قبول بکنیم
that we
صلح
first have to acknowledge,
مجموعه
we have to
قواعدی نیست
accept that peace
که
is
به
not
یک
made
نفر
up of
مثلا در 40
just the
سالگی
several
بگیم
factors.
که
So, for
صلح
instance,
اینجوریه
we can't say to
و
somebody
تو
at the
خوبه
age of
که
40 that this is
این
peace
رفتار رو
and
داشته
this is
باشی
how you should act
وقتی که رئیس جمهور شدی
if you become
اون موقع دیگه
president.
خیلی
No,
دیره
it's too late to start telling
صلح
people
رو
what to
بایستی
do and how to
یاد
find
بدیم
inner peace at the age of 40.
به بچه
Inner
هامون
peace has to be taught from childhood. We have to
کودکی
teach our
شروع میشه از دید
children
من
from the very early
به
age,
همین
in my
دلیله
opinion. And that is
که
why
رفتار
I
پدر و
think
مادر
that the conduct of
برای تربیت
parents
بچه
is
ها
very
بسیار
important in the
مهمه
upbringing of the children.
وقتی که
When
رفتار احترام آمیز
the children see that the
پدر
parents have
نسبت به
respect
مادر رو
for the
بچه
children, when
میبینه
the child sees that the
متوجه
father
میشه
is respecting
که
his or
به
her mother,
زنها
that
باید
child
احترام
realizes
گذاشت
that, oh, my father is respecting my mother. That means we have to
وقتی
respect
که
women. When
پدر
a
و
father
مادر
and
به
mother
بچه یاد بدن
teach the child
که به دین خودشون احترام
that
بگذار
they have to
اما
respect
همه ادیان
their
محترمن
religion, but at the same time
من
have respect for
یه
all other
تجربه
religions.
از
We
خودم
have to be
بگم
tolerant towards all religions. I
من
have to give you a personal
در
experience
یک
here.
خانواده
I
مسلمان مدرن
was raised in
به
a
دنیا آمدم
progressive Muslim family,
خودم هم مسلمانم
and I am a practicing Muslim myself.
اما
However,
من در مدرسه اسلامی درس
I
نخوندم
wasn't sent to an Islamic school when I was a
من
child.
در مدرسه زرتشتی ها
As a matter of
درس
fact, my
خوندم و
father
بزرگ
sent me to
شدم
a Zoroastrian school.
زرتشتی یک
Now, Zoroastrianism is a very ancient Persian religion. And the reason my father sent me to a Zoroastrian school rather than a Muslim school is because my father said, look, this school is very progressive as far as I know. It's very close to our home. There is no reason whatsoever that you should go a long distance just to attend a Muslim school. Yes, we are Muslims. We believe in Islam and we are good Muslims, as are the Zoroastrians. They are good people too. And we can coexist. And I learned from my father that how we can respect all other religions, how we can coexist peacefully. And now imagine if I didn't have such a progressive father, had I been brought up in a fanatical family, do you think I would have had the same mentality as I have now? And since you mentioned that I am a political activist, I'm going to relate a memory of mine, which relates to my personal experience in life. You know, in 1979, I'm sure you're all aware that in Iran we had a revolution. And our government became a theocracy. And our official religion became Shiite Islam. However, in Iran, we also have other religious minorities, one of which is the Baha'i faith. And in the whole world, there are some 6 million Baha'is. And 350,000 of them live in Iran. Based on Iranian law, they have no rights whatsoever, these Baha'is. They're not even allowed to go to university. They're not allowed to be recruited for jobs. They can't open a restaurant. And when they arrested the leaders of these Baha'is in Iran and they convicted them of espionage, whereas the goal was to silence them, no lawyer had the courage to defend these people. And I remembered what my father said, that we are Muslims, we are good people, and others have their own religions, they are good too. And I understood what my father was saying, and because of that, I accepted to represent these Baha'i leaders who were charged with espionage. As a result, the regime gave me many problems. This was just a simple example. I didn't do anything, it wasn't anything important, but I was just lucky that as a child, my father taught me that other religions are important and we have to respect them. Therefore, if we think about peace, please don't forget education, because without education, there cannot be peace at all.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I think, you see, what she was trying to say was that because her father gave her the education, she could do what wonders she did. So thank you very much for that. Excellency, in your peaceful fight against oppression, how did love for your people and country shape your courage and actions? And how did it affect you personally? Can we keep it in a little short answers? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the majority of you knows that I'm a practitioner revolutionary. So my thinking is a bit different than those of a theoretical disposition. So that's how I think. In the race of the generations, our shift was just one of the changes that took place over the 2000 years. There were different parameters for Adam and Eve, and they affected various behaviors and values. And that's how we progressed until we got to the 20th century. The 20th century set us on the course focused on countries. And all our behaviors were subordinate to this concept of countries. But our generation has made even more progress.
Przenieść zarządzanie wartości na kontynentalne, a nawet na globalne.
And today we have to move the way we manage our management model, our values to the continental, global level.
Zawsze zadanie było odczytać dobrze wyzwania czasów którym żyjemy.
Our task has always been to read very well the challenges posed in front of us by the times that we live in.
Takich pokoleń i takiego rozwoju, jak my dziś mamy, to już na tym świecie było parę razy.
There have been several generations before ours that had the same level of technological development, that had the same opportunities.
A nawet wyższy rozwój, bo piramidy budowano, których my nie jesteśmy w stanie zbudować.
There was even a higher level of development because people used to build pyramids, which we are not able to do today.
I te cywilizacje zginęły.
And these civilizations, they became extinct.
Naszemu pokoleniu los dał odczytać, dlaczego tak się stało.
And our generation was given with a task of how it happened.
Tylko musimy w takich dyskusjach wspólnie odczytać te czytanie.
But during such discussions, that's where we have to do the reading right,
Abyśmy nie zginęli tak jak tamte cywilizacje.
so that we don't become eradicated like those
I
generations.
to jest możliwe nie na taki krótki czas.
And that's possible, but not in such a short time.
Thank you so much, sir. You see, I think what they have done for their countries requires a little bit more enthusiasm from us, please. Thank you. Dr. Reena, Your Royal Highness, what are some of the most important human values that your faith teaches for finding inner peace? How do you find inner peace?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you also to Chairman and all the team for this wonderful organization and the distinguished question. So I'm Prince Rina from Madagascar. Madagascar, not a cartoon movie, but the real country. So the values in our faith based is compassion first. Compassion because we have to respect each other. We have to respect the humanity as itself. Also, as a faith-based, we have a hope in all what we do. And as a leader with faith-based, we need to express in our everyday life that what we are carrying as a value, as a royalty, aligns with the hot word, but we are a completion toward the welfare of our people. As a pastor also, it is our duty to shepherd the souls and to bring them in the state of tolerance.
Tolerance.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Highness. We have amongst us a gentleman who is an Arab by heart, but he is actually Indian, Dr. Kanwaljit Singh Chhabra. भाई साहब आपके लिए question है for you. Mr. Chhabra, you are a cultural ambassador working to build understanding between different communities. How do you see core human values like empathy and respect contributing to peaceful interaction and a sense of inner harmony within the diverse groups? How do you see them interacting?
Thank you so much for the question. Yesterday I was a moderator here. I opened the first show, and the first session I just came to know that we have a school ring here, the classroom has to be closed soon. So I'll just give my answers in 20 seconds because I want to give my time to others.
Oh,
all right? Because that is very important. When the bell rang, it rings and you are like, oh my God, it's like off. You have to close the session. And you can't close when you're in flow, So because I'm a culture ambassador to India for many countries, I believe empathy and respect, they are the heart of every peaceful interaction. They are the heart. Without it, like our heart pumps the blood, the culture and with religion, everyone has their own religion, everyone has their own thought process. The culture is the base. It can't move without it, as our heart pumps our blood, same ways the culture pumps all humans. This is the basic, you know. And moreover, I would like to tell you that when we try to understand each other's feelings, you know, it's about feelings. The heart connects it, the culture connects it. See, when I came from outside today, nobody was able to recognize me because yesterday I was in a different attire and today in a different attire, like, you know, and nobody was like, everybody was saying salam, and yesterday everybody was saying sasri akal. That means the difference here, how they recognized me with my values, the way I greet. They remember the way I, you know, greet them yesterday, the way I met them yesterday, the culture I gave them yesterday. You know, the same ways when I met them today, everyone, they would say, oh my God, you're totally different today. How? So this is one connect. This is very important connect, the values, the culture. You know, this is being, I would say, like from the childhood only, our parents give us. Then our teachers, schools, everyone gives us. So there are these moral values definitely take a difference. Like they definitely take us to a different world. Now, connecting to world with culture. See, I told you, connecting to world with culture. It's when I am in India, I'm 15 days in India, I'm 15 days in UAE. My culture, you know, because I love everyone and everyone loves me. I always say, yesterday also I said, I love you all. And yesterday, I asked everyone and say, love me. When everyone loves you, you just change your, you know, paths.
I agree with you.
And that's the culture we have learned from our cultural and moral values, what our parents have, you know, given us, and the people.
So respecting and loving each other.
Very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have with us a beautiful Emirati woman. She's from the Emirates, but she looks like a Hollywood star today. Miss Sarah Al-Madani. Sarah, to you, a very simple question. As a successful entrepreneur in the UAE, how do you see core human values like honesty and respect playing a role in building strong and peaceful business relationship? And can they ultimately contribute to the inner peace of individuals and the ecosystem?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. And I believe that it doesn't matter whether it's, I'm going to get out of the scope of the question a little bit. It doesn't matter if it's business, at home, friendship, or whatever. These are all different situations in one life, right? So as a businesswoman, my integrity does not switch off in the place I make money in, which means one of my core values is I do not work with people who cheat on their spouses. I don't. Whether you're a billionaire, millionaire, whether you're my investor, if you're a woman, a man, if you cheat in your home, if you sleep next to a person that you're supposed to protect, provide for, and you cheat on them, I do not work with you. And some people, yeah, some people, their integrity bends. Oh, there's $1 million coming this way? Okay, put the integrity a little bit off. I don't. And that's the only way to achieve inner peace, because what's inner peace? It's I'll use a different word to address it. Alignment. That's inner peace. And what does it mean? It means my word matches my intention, matches my action. Simple as that. And when there's any between the three, there is no inner peace. If I'm doing something I don't like, but in my heart, my intention is something different, no inner peace. If I do something, then I say something completely different, no inner peace. And this is why I value people who are honest, even if their honesty is a little bit rude. I'm like, you know, they're aligned. For them, what they say is what they feel, what they think, and they're doing it. So alignment and inner peace happens when there is alignment in everything you do in life. And at the same time, peace is not inner peace, peace in general. It's not a cool status for Instagram or a nice tattoo you get. Peace and philanthropy and all that, and I say this to a lot of entrepreneurs. In business, if you're trying to change the world and your business is like touching on spaces and filling the tick boxes of being philanthropist or giving back to the world, and I met a lot of entrepreneurs that do that. And my first question is there anyone uneducated or hungry in your family? And if it's missing at home and you're doing it for the world, something wrong. It's disconnected. If your love is, let me do it to the world, but your aunt is starving, if your employees' kids are not in school, but you're saving people in a different country, I'm sorry, this is hypocrisy. You're just doing it for show. And I'm very honest about these things. Everything starts at home.
Charity begins at home.
And home is this, me first, and then my surrounding, and then the circle gets bigger and bigger.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for including us in your circle today. I'm sure all of them are very, very aligned because they are listening to all of us and listening for global peace. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. We have online with us Prime Minister Rui Diarto de Bar. I'm sorry, my apologies for mispronunciation. Prime Minister de Barros. Excellency?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Welcome to Dubai, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Uzafa, chairman of the summit, for inviting me to take part in this summit. Thanks to the participants and the audience of the summit.
Thank you for giving your time, Excellency. As a former Prime Minister, how do you see basic human values like fairness and respect helping to build a more peaceful, stable Guinea-Bissau?
Thank you for your question. A leader should play a very crucial role in promoting peace at the various levels for the communities, nation, etc. For example, for me, the leader should be very patient and hear the people.
Is it disconnected, the line?
True leadership for peace requires courage, wisdom, and a long-term vision prioritizing dialogue, justice. And the leaders who actively promote peaceful values and inclusive culture create society where conflicts are resolved without violence. This is the case in Guinea-Bissau and also, I think, for Africa. So great leaders are not born. They choose the values daily when leaders prioritizing integrity, justice, and the compassion over the power. And in Africa, the peace, it is very, very important for the development of Africa because of different culture we have and the different ethnic groups. And it's a continent who everybody wants to go, but everyone not promoting the name of Africa. So in Guinea-Bissau, we face some conflicts since 98, and it is already finished. And we are promoting now the values of culture of Guinea-Bissau, and because it's the country we have more than 22 ethnic groups. And those groups are now working together, and they live peacefully, but the role of the leaders is very, very important. So is why I'm saying that the leaders who actively promote peaceful values and in the communities and inclusive culture, society, when the conflicts are resolved without violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I think the people in your country are very blessed because when a leader has such a clear vision, I'm sure the nation will prosper under you, sir. Thank you very much for that. Coming back to Dubai, we will come back to you shortly, Excellency.
Thank you.
Coming back to Dubai, our chairman today, sir, Dr. Josefa, what is the role of human values for world peace according to you? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important question because I think this is the core of today's conference, his role and his thinking of the world. So please.
So actually, the first time you asked me the question, I had given the answer to the second question. So maybe you should ask the first question and I'll try and answer that. So the first time I answered exactly why human values is the core of world peace. Because when the individuals have inner peace, then the world peace has a greater chance.
Okay, I'll change my question for you.
Yes.
What is your vision for a world where values are the foundation, not the afterthought, how do you define ethical leadership in today's fast-paced world?
So the ethic is a word, and it is not only in business we call ethics. Ethics refer to our personal life, as I heard very bravely on the stage what Dr. Sara Al-Madani said. And ethics is there in every part of life. It is in business, in your personal life, in your social life, and in every part of life there is ethics involved. And very often we have to take a decision between what is good for us and what is right for us. Sometimes what is good for us may not be what is right for us. Because what is right for everybody, it may actually be harmful for us. And sometimes what is good for us may be harmful for everybody. So very often we have to take a stand whether we will sacrifice $1 million so that some poor people are not given oppression and injustice. Or, so these are the choices that we have to make in our lives. Sometimes we have to make these choices in our personal life, sometime in our career, sometime in our business life. And ethics is the foundation by which you are not afraid to face the world. You are not double-faced to the world. What you think, what you say, and what you do is the same thing.
Wow, that is really, really very strong, that you are not double-faced. You are what you are, and you show the world what you are. Thank you, Dr. Sahab, for that amazing answer. Excellency, what role does humility play in political leadership, especially when holding great power?
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
szanowni noblyści,
and Nobel Prize winners.
Jakie wartości, jakie dążenie prezydent Stanów Zjednoczonych?
What can I say today?
Jakie skuteczne wartości ma prezydent Rosji?
What values has the president of the United States today? What values has the president of Russia?
O czym my mówimy?
What are we talking about? Today?
Powinniśmy dążyć wartościami do osiągnięć.
We should use our values to achieve something, to go for our goals.
Dla mnie nie ma pytania.
For me, there is no question.
Czy przejść w paru tematach, aby bezpieczeństwo zachować, na zarządzanie kontynentalne, a w paru tematach na zarządzanie globalne.
For peace, we need to move the management to the continental level and in some topics to the global level.
I na tym budować wartości i zachowania.
And that's what we should found all our actions on.
A my wciąż spóźniamy się, jeśli chodzi o rozwój. Rozwój nas goni, a my nie mamy rozwiązań technicznych ani programowych.
And we are constantly being late. We are late with our technical and with our program solutions to the problems that arise.
I to, co mówimy, to nawet na wczoraj się nie nadaje.
And what we are saying here is not good even for yesterday.
To jest w ogóle nie przyszłościowe.
It's not related to the future at all.
Nobliści, my powinniśmy przyszłość rysować.
We are the Nobel Prize winners. We should be drawing the blueprints for the future.
Zobaczcie, jak się narody zachowują. Wybierają populistów, demagogów.
Look how the nations are acting. They are electing demagogues and populists.
Podpalą nam świat za chwilę.
They are going to put our world on fire.
Bo mówimy nie na temat, bo nie mówimy o przyszłości.
Because we are talking not on the topic, we are not talking about the future.
I wartości, mówimy o wartościach starych.
And we are talking about old values.
Które są w ogóle niehonorowane dziś.
And they are not being respected today at all.
Bo nie pasują do rozwoju.
Because they don't fit the development.
I na te tematy trzeba rozmawiać.
And these are the topics that we have to discuss.
Sir, I think we all agree that if these leaders who are having a lot of power today, if they were having humility, the world would be a very, very better place. Do you agree with that? If the leaders had humility, if they were having love in their heart, it would be a better place.
No to pięknie pan powiedział. I co nam życie pokazuje?
You have said something beautiful, and what is the life showing us?
Na wojnie ukraińsko-rosyjskiej.
At the Ukrainian-Russian war?
No, I wish I could change it, but that is not going to happen.
Pasuje do tego, co pan mówi. Pasuje do tego, co pan mówi.
That is in line with what you are saying.
Mówi, wpiszcie do swoich programów politycznych.
I say, put in your political programs
Do każdego.
for each and every one of them.
Naczelnik państwa takiego jak Chiny, jak Rosja nie może mieć więcej jak 2 kadencje i nie dłużej jak po 5 lat.
The head of states such as Russia, such as China, can have the maximum of 2 terms, no longer than 5 years each.
Gdyby Stalin miał dwie kadencje 5-letnie, nigdy by nie robił takiego bałaganu w świecie.
If Putin or Stalin had only 2 5-year terms, they would never ever made such a mess in the world.
I szanowałby wartości.
And they would respect the value.
I to musimy
Excellency,
poprawić.
I think this would be a very good discussion for the next conference, because by then I believe maybe we would have found some solution to the world peace. I hope and I pray that we find, and good minds like you take over those countries. I think we will go to Dr. Shireen. How can laws be rooted in ethics, not just enforcement? How can laws be rooted in ethics, not just enforcement? Can we keep it short, please? Yeah.
Look,
laws, in order to make laws meaningful, these laws must come from a society, from inner society. I'll give you an example to elaborate, which is in relation to Iran. In Iran, women used to be free. They used to be able to go to school, university. They had equal rights with men. Iranian women managed to enter parliament even before women in Switzerland. Yet in 1979, the situation changed when we had an Islamic revolution in Iran. The laws, the constitution suddenly changed, and they deprived women of all their rights. So these laws didn't come from the depths of society, because what was going on in society was different. Look, in Iran, everyone used to dress the way I'm dressed now, without covering themselves. We used to be free to go to school, and suddenly they said, oh, you're not allowed to show your hair, because we'll arrest you, and that's a crime. Or there were many discriminatory laws against Iran, which were not compatible with our society and the way our society was. But our women were very defiant. We always have, therefore there is always, thanks to defiance of women, they are challenging the Islamic Republic of Iran's regime, because the women do not accept the laws in Iran that are not in keeping with the culture of our country. The only way we can respect our laws is that these laws must be compatible with the culture of our society. Otherwise, these will not be implemented, and the people will break those laws at any opportunity they can.
Thank you. I think we all agree that all the rules should come from our culture and not from the personal thinking of the leaders. I think that is a very good point to take home. My question to you, Dr. Reena, is how does faith-based leadership support inner healing across communities? How does faith-based leadership support inner healing across communities?
Yes. In fact, faith-based is a divine mandate. And as a divine mandate, we have to accomplish what the Word of God says. I'm a strong believer of God. And when we face the community, we share some values, and we also give counseling. We also asking them to collaborate each other with discipline, with, let's say, fellowship. There is a story that touched me personally in our country, that there are communities who were against investors because there was no transparency for the investment to be done. So most of the time, investors are prioritizing the money matter, but not taking in consideration of a community. So what we have done is, to heal the community, is to create a platform of dialogue, of sharing. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Highness. Kamalji ji, can we welcome Gurudev Sri Ramdev Babaji to the hall, please, with a big round of applause. Namaskar. Pranam, Gurudev. Kamalji ji, with your philanthropic work in education and youth empowerment, what human values do you believe are most important to instill in the young people to help them develop inner peace and contribute positively to society? What human values are important?
For the youth, they are the future. They are the base. They are everything. So I will come back to India again. For us, honesty is very important. Like for youth, honesty should be the prior thing they should learn. They should be honest to everyone. They should start from themselves. They should be guided to stand in front of mirror and say themselves and recite the same thing again. I am honest. I am honest. I am honest. When they repeat this again and again and again, it will definitely make them honest. Honesty is very important. Then is kindness. They should be kind. You will see on social media today, in these days, it's being so much like everything is going viral. Youth, students, kids, they're fighting. And they're promoting it on online, that's not good. Our parents are the base. Youth is the, future. They should make our youth, the upcoming youth, understand that we should be kind to everyone. At home, at school, with each other, in college, wherever we go, we have to be kind to everyone. So, see, it starts from here,
So according to you, kindness is the most important?
Kindness is, everything is most important. You have to take so many things, not just kindness. You have to be very much, easy to everyone. You have to go easy. Everyone is going impatient. Nobody is patient these days. Like, you remember, we used to get letters 15 years back, and when we write a letter to someone, it took 15 days to reach. And then the person used to read it, and the communication was like 15 days back. After 30 days, we were to exchange the messages.
I agree with you.
And now, the youth, or rather I'll say we also, we have got so impatient. If we have sent a message, WhatsApp message to someone, and if he's not reading in next 5 minutes, and we start projecting about them, like he's like this, he's like that, he's not reading, this is truth.
Yeah, this is a fact. I agree with you.
This is the fact. So youth has to learn patience. That's very important.
Thank you.
Very important.
Patience and kindness.
Yeah, patience, kindness, love, everything.
Everything. I agree with you. The whole concept of the conference is very, very important for our youth. Dr. Sara, you are a very strong advocate of women's empowerment. How do you see the upholding of human values like equality and fairness contributing to the greater sense of inner peace and fulfillment for women in the business world and society at large? How can influencers like you and leaders shift the culture from ego to empathy?
So the thing is, first of all, I hate the word empowerment because I feel empowerment means give me power, right? I feel like we're all powerful. And as a woman, I hate using a word that men can't use. I've never seen a bunch of men holding hands saying, empower me, empower us, you know? It's just like words. Your words are spells, you know? And if I'm telling you empower me, that means I am weak inside and I'm asking for power, so I hate that word. However, I feel like it is a man's world, okay? And fairness and equality is important because in the end, you know, once we're gone, I'm not this body, you're not this body, I'm not a female, you're not a male, we're energy in the end. And people tend to forget that. Therefore, I believe in fairness, and I'm the type of person that doesn't want this to be a female world. I'm not a 2025 feminist. I don't like that, you know? I mean, if Karen wants to build a road, she can build a road. But men built it for us, and I'm happy. And as a woman, I know my roles. As a woman, I know what I can and cannot do. And men should also know what they can and cannot do. But I'm also honest about one thing. The reason why, you know, history is called history is because it's his story. It's always a man's story. It's always this story and that story.
We call it her story from today.
Call it story. Don't call it her or hers, you know? But I honestly believe, like, the reason why, and a lot of women are not going to like what I'm going to say, but the reason why, here goes the bell, the reason why, you know, it's a man's world, 70% it's because of women, you know? We raise these men to do this to women. So, you know, us sitting here talking, we're all in an age where it's hard to change us, but we start with our children. Yeah. And we teach equality to children.
I agree.
And this is why, you know, I'll leave you with one thing. I hated my books when I was a kid because Ahmed was fixing a car, Fatma was cooking. There's nothing wrong with both of them switching that, you know?
I agree.
There's nothing wrong with
switching that. But that is already
that.
happening in society.
100%. So change it at home, then complain about what's happening on the outside.
Thank you. Excellency, are you still there online? Excellency? Excellency? The Prime Minister, are you still there online? I think maybe... I will give a question. I know Dr. Khorakiwala is telling me that I have a question for Dr. Shireen. Dr. Shireen, throughout your career as a judge and lawyer, you have undoubtedly encountered numerous situations where human values have been upheld or violated. Can you share an insight on how the presence of these human values affected the inner peace of the individuals or communities involved? A short answer, please.
To make sure that human values are effective in the behavior of us human beings, and then through that we manage to affect and influence the society. It's very important that we are taught from childhood. And that's what I said earlier as well. When it's too late when you tell somebody at the age of 40, someone who's become a president at the age of 40, it's too late to teach that person what peace means. Forgiveness, what forgiveness and what honesty and humility means. This person should have been taught from an early age. And here I would like to add and emphasize the role of education. I'm really in keeping with what Sarah says. She is so right about books and how they discriminate between girls and boys. They don't teach us about life and what we need in life. It's not just about one person. It's not just about mathematical equation or we have to teach children about making sure that their minds and hearts are in keeping with each other.
Excellency, I would like to ask you, this is personal, not politics, have you witnessed a moment where compassion or integrity transformed a situation or a relationship? Can we have his mic, please? I will repeat the question. This is personal, not politics. Have you witnessed a moment where compassion or integrity transformed a situation or a relationship?
Szanowni Państwo, po mojej rewolucji Solidarności
Ladies and gentlemen, after my Solidarity Revolution,
pokazała, jak walczyć, jak zwyciężać.
the Solidarity showed how to fight and how to win.
Europa z tego skorzystała.
Europe used it.
Mimo że z Europy wyszły dwie wojny światowe.
Even though Europe was the cradle of the two world wars
Masę rewolucji.
and a whole range of revolutions.
I popatrzcie, co Europa zrobiła.
And please look what the Europe has done.
Zniosła granice.
It erased the borders,
Wprowadziła pieniądz jeden.
introduced one currency.
Każdy, kto ma dobry zawód, może w każdym państwie pracować.
Every person with a good profession can work whichever country they want.
Oczywiście doszliśmy do ściany, dalej już nie da się nic zrobić.
And of course we hit the wall, we can't go any further.
Bo stanęły podstawowe trzy pytania.
Because the basic three questions stopped us.
Jaki fundament ma połączyć tych Europejczyków pokłóconych o różnym rozwoju?
What foundation is there supposed to be to bring together all these different Europeans that argue over different development levels?
Pojawiły się dwa pomysły fundamentów, które by połączyły Europejczyków do wspólnego budowania.
And there are two ideas of the foundation that could push Europe to common building.
Połowa Europejczyków chce budować na fundamencie wszelkiego typu wolności.
Half of the Europeans wants to use freedom as this foundation.
Wolny rynek i prawo.
Like free market, free law.
A druga połowa nie zgadza się z tym.
And the other half doesn't agree with that.
Mówi, najpierw uzgodnijmy wartości, którymi będziemy się kierować.
They say, let's first discuss the values that we are going to use as a compass.
I potem wolny rynek i prawa.
And then the free market and the free laws.
Jedni się uparli i drudzy nie chcą ustąpić.
And both are equally stubborn.
Drugie pytanie stanęły.
And the second question.
A jaki system ekonomiczny pod tą nowość i zjednoczoną Europę?
And what economic system should underlie this new united Europe?
I możemy wybrać.
And we can choose.
I trzeci pomysł.
And the third one.
Jak sobie poradzić z demagogią, populizmem i oszustwami polityków na dzisiejszych czasach?
How do we deal with demagogue and populism of the politicians who are lying to us every day
Przy
today?
zauważeniu jednej podstawowej rzeczy.
When we notice one basic thing.
Do końca XX wieku narody wypierały się, nie przyznawały.
Until the end of the 20th century, the nations just didn't accept
Ale w społecznym
each
odczuciu
other.
miały Pana Boga.
But in the social sense, they had the God.
On się różnie nazywał, ale był.
He had different names, but he was there.
Odeszliśmy od tego.
But we departed away from that.
Baliśmy się komuny, Związku Sowieckiego.
We were afraid of communism, of the socialists,
Poradziliśmy sobie z tym.
and we dealt with those Soviets.
Jak utrzymać narody, które nie mają żadnych hamulców, żadnych strachów?
And how to support the nations that are not afraid of anything? They have no breaks.
To Europa zrobiła z nadzieją, że inne kontynenty zrobią to samo.
So Europe did it, hoping that all the other continents will follow.
I to jest zadanie, które uporządkuje nam wszystkim. O tym powinniśmy mówić.
And that's a task that will put everything in order. That's what we should be discussing.
Nie nadążamy za koniecznościami.
We are not up to date with the necessities.
Thank you, Excellency. I'm sure this is a food for thought for all of us. Friends, I wish we could go on, but there is a time limit on the clock is ticking away. So I would like to conclude this session. We will discuss later on. All our panelists are still here, and they are available if you would like to chat with them. I would conclude by saying that our panelists have shown us that when we honor values, not as burdens, but as blessings, we don't just find peace, we become it. And today morning, Gurudev, Sri Lokesh Muni said about Jain principles. So if everybody in the world was to accept the principles of ahimsa, which is non-violence, aparigraha means limiting your desires, and anekantavad, which means that also can be true, the multiplicity of views. If we all accept these, and we also accept the mantra which says कि खमामि सव जीवे खमंतु में मित्ति में सवे भूसे वैरम मज्जम न केनी मिच्छामि दुक्कडम. What it means is, if we do this on a daily basis, I'm telling you, life will be heaven. And it means, I beg forgiveness from all living beings. I forgive all living beings. I have no ill feeling towards anyone. I pray no one has any ill feelings towards me. With folded hands, I seek your pardon. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, thank you very much for my panelists for engaging discussion. I wish we could have gone on further, but there is a time limit. And thank you for sparing your time. Thank you for being here. Can I have one promise from everybody? When in the morning, Dr. Saab gave everybody a promise, ek vachan manga tha aapse. Everybody said it in a very, I would say, lackluster way. The awards can come, please. The certificates can come still. So I would request everybody on my personal front that we are not activists. This conference should have been for activists. There should have been a lot of activists who would carry the word of this amazing conference to the world. But let us become activists. Can we, on our social media, on our individual platforms, can we talk about love, justice, and peace?
Thank you so much to our respected moderator, Shando Siroya. Thanks for this wonderful session. Thanks, Dr. Shireen Ibadi. And for sure, thanks, Dr. Huzaifa. Lake Valenza. Kalajet Sang Shabara. Dr. Rina Telespor. Dr. Sara Al-Madani. And Dr. Rina Telespor. Dr. Shabara. Thank you so much for this amazing and wonderful session. Thanks to our doctors, Your Royalty, for the speakers and the moderator. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. This evening is truly special, ladies and gentlemen. They say, if we are destined, only then we can seek the divine blessings of Guruji. We may call him Swamiji, we may call him Gurudev. We have lakhs of names in the faith that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very beautiful moment for all of us, as I'm going to kindly request everyone to be seated, please. A humble request to all of you to be seated. Hi, not at all. Thank you, love. So kind of you. Thank you, love. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking you to the world of yoga. And what an amazing feeling to be here with our Guruji. Our lives could change forever. This is the moment. My name is Simran Ahuja, and this is my first session on day 2, and it couldn't have been any better. देवियों और सज्जनों, it's gonna be both the languages. हम सबका भाग्य भी है और सौभाग्य भी है कि हमें ये पल नसीब हुआ है जहाँ हमें divine blessings हैं, गुरुजी हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं. And if we could think of one answer to everything, Guruji shall give us that answer. Welcome each and every one of you at our prestigious Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit at Dubai. So everybody, sit back tall, be relaxed. We are going to take you into the real world, into the world of yoga. May I kindly request each and every one of you to be seated. And we'll begin in the next 20 seconds from now. I'm going to please invite our volunteers as well, wherever you are, to please join us here on stage. Okay, so, yeah, whenever. We'll have Guruji first. Y'all can join us, our volunteers. Global Namaste. Hari Om with folded hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most awaited moment at our Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit. It's time for us to put our hands together for Guruji, Swamiji, who took yoga to the world. May I please request you all to kindly join us with a beautiful 2-line prayer to welcome Guruji here on stage. We have our volunteers here with us as well. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Para Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Guruji का स्वागत करते हैं. आइए देवियों सज्जनों, this is the most amazing feeling, the Patanjali world. And at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we popularly celebrate International Yoga Day every year on the 21st of June. The one to propagate it, to take it from the mountains, from the gufaएं जो हम कहते हैं, to every household, to take it to every class and to mass, to take it to every heart, and not just the heart, but the soul. जी हाँ, देवियों और सज्जनों, न सिर्फ सबके दिल को योग छू गया है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्वामी जी की वजह से, बल्कि हमारे रूह को भी छू गए हैं। जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करते हैं देवियों और सजनों। मैं प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट निशा जी, आप कृपया स्वामी जी को मंच पर ले आए। देवियों और सजनों, the one and only everybody, a standing applause for Swami ji, Guru ji, Gurudev, Baba Ramdev ji. Hari Om Guru ji. हम सब बहुत बहुत लकी हैं।
तो मेरे से कहा गया कि इनको कुछ ऊंचा नीचा किया जाए, तो चलो ऊंचा नीचा करते हैं। तो कुछ फोटो सेशन टाइप होगा, और तो क्या होगा।
हम सूर्य नमस्कार गुरुजी हमें सिखा रहे हैं, तो आप सब भी थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेच कर सकते हैं, पीठ सीधी रखकर बैठ सकते हैं। हम सब गुरुजी से सीखना चाहेंगे। हम सब थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे, हम सब थोड़ा सा। अच्छा, यहीं से जी।
हम सभी बैठे हुए हैं तो कम से कम आमीन कहो, ओम कहो, खुदा अल्लाह ऑलमाइटी गॉड वाहे गुरु अकाल पुरख कहो। ओम शब्द एक डिवाइन साउंड है, तो ओम बोलेंगे सभी मिलकर के। Now complete silence and concentrate on your breath. The basic soul of all is everywhere equal. And the basic nature of our soul is peace, love and justice. ये जो पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट है इस पूरी समिट का, justice, love and peace, this is the basic nature of our soul. तो अपने आत्म स्वरूप में अथ योगानुशासनम योगशित वृत्ति निरोध तदा दृष्टु स्वरूप अवस्थानम। स्टे इन योर सेल्फ। जब हम श्वासों पर कंसंट्रेट करते हैं तब हम अपने मूल स्वरूप की अनुभूति करते हैं। तो श्वासों पर ध्यान, मेडिटेशन ऑन योर ब्रेथ। और जैसे ही श्वासों पर ध्यान केंद्रित करते हैं तो हमें पता लगता है कि इस भीड़ भरी दुनिया में हम इस भीड़ से अलग, शरीर से, इंद्रियों से, मन से अलग और सारे संसार के आडंबरों से अलग एक आत्मा है।
We have a soul which is different from the hustle and bustle of the entire world that we live in. Let the breath connect you with your mind and body.
और आज का विषय मुझे दिया गया कि मुझे लाओ पीस।
Today's subject is to bring love,
तो हमने कहा कि चलो बैठे हैं तो इसी में बोल लेते हैं। हमको तो
peace.
डेली ऐसे ही बोलने की और जीने की आदत सी पड़ गई है। तो आज हम सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं।
All of us are gathered here today.
हमारे बहुत ही श्रद्धेय बड़े हमारे हबील भाई,
Our very honorable Mr. Habib
मन में
Faraki
संकल्प
Wala,
था कि अपने व्यापार तो सब करते हैं,
who was
हम
wondering
प्यार
that we
की
all
बात करें,
work,
मोहब्बत की बात करें,
we all
तो
talk
एक
about
बार
work, but we
जोरदार
talk about
अभिनंदन है
love.
उनके इस प्रयास के लिए कि वो सबके भीतर लव, कंपैशन और जस्टिस देखना चाहते हैं।
He wanted to see love and justice amongst us all.
और उनकी लेगेसी को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं हमारे भाई
And to take his legacy forward,
हुजैफा जी,
our very dear Dr. Huzaifa
और
Faraki Wala,
मुर्तजा जी,
Mr. Murtaza ji,
और जहाँ भी आ तो ऐसी हैं कि वो लगता ही नहीं कि बड़ी हो गई हैं, वो तो 15 साल 18 साल की लगती है।
and Zabia still looks very
और
young.
उनके भीतर लव, कंपैशन और जस्टिस आप रियल वे में देख सकते हैं।
And amongst-
लाइव एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ लव, जस्टिस एंड कंपैशन।
She's a live expression of love, peace and justice.
और हमारी श्रद्धामयी माँ नफीसा,
And our dear ma'am,
उनको
Miss
भी बहुत-बहुत
Nafisa,
प्रणाम करता हूँ।
my salutations to you.
और वॉक हार्ड का ये जो प्रयास है कि हम काम तो करेंगे, दुनिया में काम तो सभी को करना है, काम से ही कामयाबी मिलेगी। हार्ड
And-
वर्क, पुरुषार्थ आगे रहता है, लेकिन उस पुरुषार्थ के पीछे सबके हृदय में लव, कंपैशन, जस्टिस, thankfulness.
Bogart works with
ये
the
होना चाहिए।
intention of business, but behind all of that, there is love, peace, and justice in everyone's hearts, along with compassion.
और यही मानव धर्म है, यही युग धर्म है, और यही हमारी मूल पहचान है।
This is my recognition, and this is the nature of my soul and functioning.
तो बस मैं तो एक ही बात कहूँगा, योग करो और कर्मयोग करो और एक सच्चे इंसान बनकर के जीवो, और उस इंसानियत का नाम है जस्टिस, लव, फेथ, कंपैशन, जो इस पूरी पीस का भी, इस पूरी समिट का भी ग्लोबल
I would like to
जस्टिस,
say
लव एंड पीस।
that the intent we live in should only be love, justice, and peace through our actions, through our words, and through our deeds.
When we are doing hard work in our life, then we are achieving so many things in our life, the wealth, the success, the whole materialistic things. But the basic culture, basic nature, basic existence of our soul is always justice, love and peace. तो ये कोई समिट की बात नहीं है, ये तो अपनी वजूद की बात है। यदि हमारा वजूद है, हमारा रियल एग्जिस्टेंस है, तो हमारे भीतर ये गुण मिलेंगे ही जो इस समिट का एक लक्ष्य है।
Love, justice, and peace is the very form of our recognition and existence in daily life. These are beyond words that we live in to incorporate it in our interactions with one and all.
यदि हमें लव, जस्टिस और पीस नहीं है, तो हमने कुछ चंद पैसों के टुकड़े इकट्ठे कर लिए हैं, हमने कुछ ईंट पत्थर इकट्ठे कर लिए, महल बना लिए हैं, ये लाइफ नहीं है।
If we don't have love, justice, and peace, we only have a few bundles of rupees with which we've made a temple and a palace for ourselves. But that's not the only aim of life.
यदि आपकी लाइफ में लव, जस्टिस और पीस है और आपके पास में 1 रुपए भी नहीं है, तो आप दुनिया के सबसे धनवान व्यक्ति हैं।
If you have love, justice, and peace in your life, and you still don't even have 1 rupee in your pocket, then you are the happiest person in the world.
और यदि आपके पास में करोड़ों अरबों की दौलत है, लव, जस्टिस और पीस नहीं है, तो आप दुनिया के सबसे दरिद्र व्यक्ति हैं।
And if you have millions of rupees, but you don't have love, justice, and peace in your life, then you're one of the poorest people in the world.
तो लेक्चर तो इतना ही है, बाकी तो एक्शन है।
So this is all I have to say, and the rest is you will see in actions here right now.
तो मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, do yoga, teach yoga, and live yoga.
I always say to do yoga, teach yoga, and live yoga.
और जब आप योग को जीने लगेंगे, तो love, peace, justice, ये आपके एक्शन में, आपके आहार, विचार, वाणी, व्यवहार, स्वभाव में ये जिंदगी में उतरेगा।
And when you do yoga on a daily basis, it is then that justice, love, and peace will be part of your daily living, and you will see it in your day-to-day life.
तो मुझे निमंत्रण मिला, हमारी बेटी जो है लगी रही कि स्वामी जी आपको इस समिट में आना है।
I have been requested for a very long time to please come be part of the session and the summit.
आज मुझे आकर के लगा कि यहाँ लोग इस समिट का जिन्होंने आयोजन किया है, हमारे हबील जी, वो बहुत प्यारी आत्मा है, उनके लिए बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन।
Today I believe that the person who has organized this entire summit, Dr. Habil Khorakiwala, is an absolute true gem and a beautiful person.
और मैं कंपैरिजन नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन हबील जी से भी ज़्यादा प्यारी हमारी नफीसा माता जी।
But more than Dr. Habil Khorakiwala is our very beautiful Miss
क्योंकि
Dr. Nafisa
माँ का जो
Khorakiwala.
स्वरूप होता है ना, उसमें लव, कंपैशन, जस्टिस सब उसके सरफेस पर होता है, पुरुष में अंदर से ढूंढना पड़ता है।
Because in a woman and as a mother, there is always love, nurture that we see. But for a man, we need to find it somewhere within him.
तो लेकिन अपने सभी बच्चों में श्रद्धामयी माँ नफीसा जी ने और हमारे पिता समान हबील जी ने हुजैफा, मुर्तजा और जहाबिया के अंदर ये सारी वैल्यूज उनके भीतर संस्कारों के रूप में डाली है, इसके लिए भी इनको बहुत-बहुत आशीर्वाद।
But our very own Dr. Habil and Nafisa ma'am have put all of these qualities within him, which is why we're able to see the very beautiful human being in front of us.
तो बस मेरे को बोला गया था कि 5-7 मिनट बात करनी है, तो हमारी बात पूरी हो गई और हमारा यहाँ आना आप सबके बीच में, मुझे फिर यहाँ ये बताया गया कि कुछ योगा भी करना है, तो आप लोग भी ऐसे ही योग करते रहें। योग का मतलब, योग इज नॉट merely फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज और ब्रीदिंग एक्सरसाइज और नॉट ओनली मेडिटेशन. Yoga is life and life is yoga. Each and every action of our life, whatever we are doing with purity, this is yoga.
I have been asked to come and
तो आप
say
सबको
a
मेरी
few
बहुत बहुत
words.
शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत आशीर्वाद.
I've been asked to come and say a few words on yoga, and that is my time. I request all of you all to incorporate this as part of your daily lives. And my heartfelt gratitude for calling us here today and making us part of such an esteemed panel. Thank you so much. Let
Thank
yoga be
you.
part of your
Namaste.
life.
गुरुजी, मैं प्लीज आज आपके दर्शन हुए और उसके साथ साथ आपके साथ योग किया, हमारा तो जीवन सफल हो गया, हम सबका जीवन. Truly, this is truly a very precious moment for each and every soul who's present here and who's watching us. I'm going to please, with folded hands, kindly request Habil sir, Nafisa ma'am, and Sir Dr. Hers. Doctor, please, please. प्लीज आप भी आ जाएं, बिकॉज आपके बारे में भी उन्होंने कहा. एंड सर डॉक्टर हर्स, प्लीज, डॉक्टर हुज़ैफा खोराकी वाला to kindly join us here on, to kindly present a memento. And what a beautiful feeling. गुरुजी, हम सब ना उड़ने लगे हैं अब. गुरुजी, आपको पता नहीं, आपका कदम भी यहाँ पे आया, आपका कदम यहाँ पे आया, हम सबका सौभाग्य है. Everybody, can we have a standing ovation? Can we all rise? What a great fortune, and we are truly thankful to Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit for this precious moment by the divine blessings. May we please have the token of love and appreciation. I'm going to kindly request Sir Dr. Hers, Dr. Huzzaifa Khorakiwala, sir, to please be here with us. So we are all very, very fortunate for this moment. Can't thank and express our gratitude in words. It's a very small thing. But it's treasure beyond measure. Sir, जो खजाना आपने हमें दिया है और जो ज्ञान की आपने wisdom, words of wisdom हमें बातें बताई, we all have to do is humble thanks with folded hands, gratitude. Shukar, shukar, shukar. What a beautiful feeling. Everybody, can we all rise? हम सब खड़े होकर तालियां बजाएं. Can we all rise and put our hands together for Guruji? गुरुजी की वजह से, of course, हम सबका अंदर से तो उद्घाटन हुआ. We all progressed within, but also हमारे देश का GDP भी बढ़ गया. At the same time, हाँ गुरुजी, आपकी दया मेहर से, उनकी दया और उनकी मेहर से सब कुछ हुआ है. और मेरे beautiful, बहुत ही खूबसूरत volunteers, humble thanks to you with folded hands. Thank you so much. It's been a real fortune to have all of you here. That, you know, you all just got to know, and all of you joined us. So thank you so much. We'll all do Hari Om together. Come, we'll just stand and do Hari Om together. Yes. Everybody, with folded hands. Hari Om. और हम सब जो स्टेज पर हैं, मंच पर हैं, गुरु जी के लिए, हमारे गुरु जी बाबा रामदेव जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाएंगे. Wow. We are all on a beautiful feeling all together. This is the journey of life. And they say it's only those fortunate ones get this opportunity of making it possible to meet the perfect master. And we are those lucky ones. Thank you to each and every one of you. It's time for us to move ahead to our next session right after this music. May we please kindly have the setup again for our very, very precious panel discussion. The closing session of day 2. The closing session, though it is closing, it's still a beginning, a new beginning indeed. I'm going to please request my lovely team to please have the setup done on stage, to have the chairs on back with the tables. And it's time for all of us to be together and yet celebrate our last session of the evening. My lovely team, may we please have you all on stage? My lovely team, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the visionaries, our thought leaders,
I commit myself to global justice, love and peace, and will spread it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a humble request to everyone who's standing to please take your seats. We'll have 10 seconds for everyone to settle down, just to make sure, gentlemen, ladies, I appreciate, we're very excited meeting and greeting our loved ones, but please, if you could mention it to everyone around to kindly be seated. To my left, whoever's standing, hello, my lovely team. Just make sure everyone is seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very excited and thrilled, as this is absolutely a precious moment for all of us, as I'm going to kindly request all of you to be seated. As we open this deeply meaningful session, a love letter to humanity, our pledge for a just and peaceful world, it is our honor to be guided by someone who doesn't just speak of peace, but lives with conviction and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge roar of applause for the moderator today, our very own Dr. Huzefa Korakiwala, Executive Director of Work Hard Limited, CEO of the Work Hard Foundation, and the founder of I Am Peacemaker Movement. Once asked why he chose peace building as his mission, and Dr. Huzefa Korakiwala replies, because without love at the center of our lives and systems, we are just surviving, but not living. His journey is of great impact for all of us, right from transforming rural healthcare through mobile hospitals to launching global movements rooted in compassion. And as the chairman of Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit, his message is very clear. Peace is not a slogan. It is a daily discipline, a personal responsibility, and above all, a moral choice. There's a story he often shares, ladies and gentlemen, about meeting a child in a village clinic who simply asked, "Will you come back again?" And that moment, he says, reminded him that the heart of justice is presence. The heart of love is return. So today, as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome our visionary who's here on stage, a global peace advocate and truly a true servant of humanity, Dr. Huzefa Korakiwala. I'm sorry he never likes being spoken so much, but I had to, because this is a very, very precious session for all of us. Sorry, sir, I spoke all for it, and I know I'm going to get bombarding for this, but please, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us today is one who helped guide an entire nation from crisis to calm. Please join us in welcoming Abdesattar Ben Musa, our Nobel Peace Laureates and member of Tunisia's National Dialogue Quartet, played a vital role in the country's peaceful democratic transition. And when asked what brings peace, he once said, "Love is the best ambassador of peace, but love alone is not enough. We must work to build a culture of peace through dialogue, through justice, through action." Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a tireless advocate of human dignity. A huge round of applause one more time. Abdesatar Ben Musa from Tunisia. I love the cheer. Thank you. That shows a lot of excitement. You can cheer louder. One more time. Oh, we love this. Our next distinguished panelist is a testament to the power of dialogue and bridging divides. Nobel Peace Laureate Hussein Abbasi, as Secretary General of the Tunisian General Labour Union, played a crucial role in Tunisia's National Dialogue Quartet. Ladies and gentlemen, leading the nation towards a peaceful democratic transition. Reflecting on this journey, he remarked, "This Nobel Prize shows that humankind can reach solutions through dialogue." Please join me in welcoming a steadfast advocate for peace and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, Hussein Abbasi from Tunisia. Our next esteemed panelist has dedicated his life to the liberation and empowerment of the world's most vulnerable, our children. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Nobel Peace Laureate of 2014. Kailash Satyarthi sir, a huge round of applause, who has been a relentless force against child labor, trafficking, and exploitation. A global thought leader and founder of the Satyarthi movement for global compassion, he has transformed the fight for children's rights into a worldwide mission of justice and dignity. And through his organization, Bachpan Bachao Andolan, he has rescued. I want you to take a note of the number of children he's rescued. 132,000 children have been rescued and developed a powerful model for their education, rehabilitation, and reintegration into society. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satyarthi believes deeply into the transformative power of compassion, stating, "Compassion is not a soft emotion. It has tremendous power of social transformation to attain freedom, equity, inclusion, and justice." Humble thanks to you, dear sir. Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, thank you so much, sir. Truly a beautiful moment. We love the cheer. Please carry on with the cheers. We appreciate it. From the shipyards, ladies and gentlemen, to this global stage, he became a voice of the people yearning from freedom. May we please welcome a symbol of freedom, democracy, and fearless resolve, and put our hands together for our Nobel Peace Laureate, Lech Walesa, our former president of Poland. It's such a huge honor, ladies and gentlemen, to have His Excellency join us here on stage. He stood against oppression and reshaped the destiny of a nation. His leadership of the Solidarity movement didn't just challenge a regime, it inspired the entire continent. And he once said, "Peace and justice are like bread and salt for humanity." Today, his legacy reminds us that even in silence, non-violent resistance can echo across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for His Excellency, former President of Poland, our Nobel Peace Laureate, Lech Walesa, sir. Thank you so much, dear sir. Let's continue the applause as we welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from Liberia, Mr. Lema Boy. A great honor to have our lovely lady, Lema Boy. Ma'am, it's absolutely wonderful to have your brilliant presence, where she reminds us that peace is not passive, Peace is not defined by being the opposite of war. No, peace is love. Peace is justice. Ladies and gentlemen, right now on stage, she's our first lady, so extra applause as I'm going to also let you know a little bit more about our very own Miss Lema Boy. In the heart of Liberia's storm, amidst echoes of despair, arose a beautiful lady who wove threads of hope into a tapestry of peace. Lema Boy, 2011 Nobel Peace Laureate, orchestrated a symphony of voices. Christian and Muslim women united just to end a brutal civil war. May we please once again put our hands together and welcome a beacon of resilience and harmony. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's an honor to have you here with us. In a nation on the edge of discord, one voice rose to champion unity through dialogue. May we please put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Mohammad Fadel Mahfoud from Tunisia. A loud roar of applause, ladies and gentlemen. One voice rose to champion unity through dialogue. Mr. Mohammad Fadel Mahfoud, sir, as the president of the Tunisian Order of Lawyers, was a cornerstone of the National Dialogue Quartet, leading Tunisia from turmoil to democratic triumph. A journey honored with the 2015 Nobel Peace Prize. Reflecting on this path, he asserted, this is a message to the world, to all the countries, to all the people that are aiming for democracy and peace, that everything can be solved by dialogue. May we please put hands together one more time for Sir Mohammad Fadel Mahfoud from Tunisia. And continue the applause as we like to welcome Professor Mohan Munna Singh. In a world grappling with environmental crisis, some stand not only as scholars but also the beacons of transformative action. The co-recipient of the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize, as the Vice Chair of the IPCC, has dedicated his life to sustainable development with the pursuit of global peace. He poignantly observes that we spend over $2 trillion on armaments, but only about $150 billion for poverty reduction and even less for the climate change. May we please put hands together for the visionary who champions harmony between humanity and nature. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Professor 2003. Dr. Shireen Ebadi has never wavered in a fight for human rights, not even her own government confiscated her Nobel medal. Her response is, they can take away the medal, but they can never take away my message. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for that very powerful message. And for the lady of substance, as the founder of the Defenders of Human Rights Center, she remains a fearless voice for the silenced and the oppressed. Please, once again, join us in welcoming this beautiful lady whose courage continues to shape this world. And ladies and gentlemen, putting our hands together, I'm going to please request my lovely team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a beautiful message. So I'm going to kindly request, whenever possible in between, Dr. Josefa Korakiwala shall have the brilliant message, but I'm going to definitely say a few words about Oscar Arias Sanchez, who has been the president of Costa Rica, not just once but twice, and our 1987 Nobel Peace Laureate, authored a peace plan that not only ended civil wars in Central America, but also championed democracy and human development. We shall have Sir's message anytime from now. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a huge roar of applause. As I'm going to kindly request the moderator of our session, Dr. Josefa Korakiwala, to kindly proceed.
A very good evening to all of you. And it is a great honor that in this land of Dubai and UAE, that country and which is known for tolerance and coexistence, where so many communities are staying together and where there is peace amongst the communities, in spite of so many differences the communities are having. And this is one of the foundation of world peace. And probably this is either the only time in Dubai or probably in the Middle East or in the world. I don't remember that we have a galaxy of 10 Nobel Peace Laureates who are sitting over here. And this is a great occasion. And this testifies that when you come on a platform of justice, love, and peace, and when we invite these eminent Nobel leaders, they are always willing to come readily for the cause of justice, love, and peace. And because of the purity of their intention and purity of their heart, that is why it is one of the main reasons that they have got the Nobel Peace Prize. It is not an ordinary prize. It is a prize done after a lot of research, a lot of commitment and dedication. So it is an honor for us that you are over here. And I thank you for gracing the occasion of this summit. And this is the first summit. And if things go as planned, it is the start of our I Am Peacekeeper movement. I would like to instruct the console at the back that in this session, there is no time limit. There is no time limit. I will be asking only one question to every Nobel Peace Laureate, and there is no time limit for this session. So please do not ring the bell. And if the bell is rung by mistake, please ignore it, and I seek your forgiveness for that. But do not ring the bell. I have only one question for all of them. What is the work of your life? And what is the purpose of your work of your life? And which either led you to the Nobel Peace Prize, or what is the work of your life from now on you want to do? So the question I'll repeat is, what is the work of your life that you were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize? Number one. And what is the future work of your life which you wish to carry on? So that is the only question which I will be asking them. And I request His Honorable and Excellency, we will start on the left with Mr. Abdul Sattar bin Musa. I request you to answer this question.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على هذا السؤال القيم.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this question.
منذ الحركة الطلابية
Since the students' movement,
انطلقنا في الدفاع عن الحريات
we have
وحقوق
moved to
الإنسان.
defend the freedoms and the rights of people, human rights. We looked at oppression, at corruption.
قمنا بها.
We have done so many demonstrations.
وكنت أتمنى منذ صغري أن
I was
بمهنة
always
المحاماة.
looking to work as a lawyer.
هذه المهنة التي عاشقها
This job
الأدباء والزعماء.
that the presidents and the leaders liked.
ولما التحقت بمهنة المحاماة كنت دوما
And when I became a leader, I was always
عن المظلومين
defending the oppressed.
وإلى أن تحصلت في انتخابات
Until I won an election
على العمادة.
to be a leader of a group.
نظرنا خلال تلك الفترة ضد الاستبداد وضد الفساد.
And we looked at how to fight the oppression.
وإثر الثورة متاع 2011 في تونس.
And during the revolution in Tunisia in 2011,
ترشحت إلى رئاسة الرابطة التونسية.
I was nominated to lead the Tunisian Association for Human Rights Defense.
أول رابطة في أفريقيا
And
وفي
this is
العالم العربي.
the first association in Africa and the Arab world.
تأسست سنة 77.
It was established in 1977.
وكانت تدافع عن حقوق
And it
minds and hearts.
لا عدل ولا سلام إلا
No peace,
بقادة.
no justice without leaders
لا عدل ولا سلام إلا بقادة شيمهم إخلاص
whose
العمل
values
وصدق الخطاب.
are good work and discourse,
يحترمون الشعب
who
في كل أمر
respect people in all matters
ويحكمون
and
بالعدل والرأي
rule
الصواب.
fairly and wisely.
لا سلام
No
ولا عدل إلا
peace, no
بثقافة
justice without a culture
ضد العنصرية
against discrimination,
والعنف والإرهاب.
killing and terrorism.
كل ذا يستوجب نشر وعي
We must all spread awareness
بأهمية
on
القيم
values, importance
لتخطي الصعاب.
to overcome all challenges.
إن ذا عصر ظلمة غير أني
Darkness shall prevail
بالإمكان رفع
unless
الحواجز
we remove
وفتح
all
الأبواب
the obstacles and open all the
لينبلج
doors,
الصبح
so that shining morning
مكان الظلام
and the promising morning shall replace
ويغمر
darkness,
السلام
and peace
كل الروابي.
prevails everywhere.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Honorable His Excellency, for this lovely message that you have sent to the world about the great work of your life. We go to the next, Honorable Hussein Abbasi, the Nobel Peace Laureate 2015. What is the work of your life which you are awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, or what is the future work that you are planning to do?
شكرا دكتور حذيمة.
Thank you, Dr. Hudhaifa.
وفي الحقيقة
In fact,
ذكر الأعمال التي قمت بها
all what I did
في حياتي
in my life,
بدءا من الصغر
starting as a child
وصولا إلى الحصول على جائزة
and
نوبل
reaching
للسلام
the winning of the Nobel Prize,
لا يمكن لا حصرها ولا الحديث عليها
are
في
a
بضعة
lot
دقائق.
that I cannot talk about all of them.
ولكن أقول
However, I would like to say that
نشأت وتربيت في
I
عائلة فقيرة
rose in a poor family,
وكان هدفي
and my
أن تتحقق
ultimate
العدالة
purpose
الاجتماعية
that the
في
social
عالم الكون.
justice will be achieved all over the world.
وفي الحقيقة هذا
And
الحلم
in
أتى
fact,
بعد
this
أن كبرت.
dream came after I got adult.
ولكن في صغري
But
كنت
during my
أتمنى
childhood, I used to hope
أن يتحقق العدل الاجتماعي في
that
القرية بالذات
social
التي أقوم
justice
بها.
will be realized in the village where I live.
وبقي كنبراس
And it became as a beacon
يتعايش معي
living with me
في كل لحظة
in
وفي كل
every
دقيقة
moment and in every minute,
إلى أن بعد أن
until
أتممت
when
دراستي
I finished my schooling and education.
اشتغلت
I
بالتعليم
worked
الأساسي
in the
للأطفال
principal education for the children,
ولكن كان لا يتزحزح من ذهني
but I could not leave any more
العمل الاجتماعي
the social work
والدفاع عن
and
الضعفاء والفقراء والغلابة.
advocating and defending the poor people and the helpless people also.
لذلك انخرطت منذ بداية
That's why
حياتي
I involved since my
في
beginning of my life in
العمل النقابي.
the labor of
والعمل
bars,
النقابي معروف يدافع عن
and
حقوق
the
الأجراء
bar work is known as defending the
المادية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية.
economic and material rights. This is the work of the union, the labor union, I mean.
وانطلقت
I
في هذه الرحلة
started in this journey
إلى أن وصلت إلى
until
أن
I
أكون الأمين
reached
العام
to be the
لأكبر منظمة
Secretary General
نقابية
for the biggest
في العالم
union
العربي وفي
organization
إفريقيا
in the Arab world and Africa as well,
ولا زالت إلى الآن.
and it is still until now as it
هذا
is.
الهاجس اللي هو تحقيق العدالة
This
الاجتماعية
thinking
والأمن والسلم
to,
والسلام
to realize justice, peace, and love globally
بقي يلاحقني.
remained in my mind and my obsession.
فلما عاشت بلدي
When my country, Tunisia, lived
فترة الانقسامات
a period of divisions
والخصومات
and conflicts
بعد الثورة مباشرة
immediately after the Tunisian revolution,
وظهرت أطراف لا علاقة لها بالثورة
many
إطلاقاً
parties emerged which were not relevant to the revolution anymore,
للانقضاض على الثورة لاكتساب
to
المكاسب
jump over the revolution for the
والمناصب.
winnings and the positions.
ولكن
However,
ما فعلوا شيئا للبلد
they did not do anything important for the
بل
country,
دفعوه
but they
إلى
drove
خصومات
it to
ومعارك
more
جانبية
conflicts and more battles which are not good for humanity or economy and the country anymore. Until the conflict in the country reached or transmitted from verbal conflict into physical conflict. But the country exploded when there were assassinations in the lines of politicians and the security people and the military people. I had an idea initially that we cannot unite the nation or the people with the problems that make him weak unless we unite all the efforts of the civil society so that its unity will give a lesson to the others, particularly for the politicians, to forget about our divisions and conflicts and unite for defending our country and keeping it away from conflicts and to what benefits people and the country as well. You might remember Madame Bouchramaoui, who is here also, and I would like to consider her a steel woman in Tunisia, despite the pressure from everywhere that affected her or directed her to keep her away from dialogue, but she refused and she remained steadfast to become with the Quadrilateral Committee from the beginning to the end. I asked her to meet, and this maybe some people knew it from the public. People who were in the unions know it, and among us, Mr. Saeed is among us also. The labor people and the employees know it, and you are among them, and among of them are many, by the way. So I told her, why cannot we give a lesson to the laborers and the capital people to love each other and to establish fraternity relationships so that the capital will work for winning and in the same institutions to realize the well-being for the public and all. Why are these conflicts here? Why are these strikes and dialogues that reached hundreds and thousands for issues that can be overcome by dialogue only? So she did not hesitate and she responded to me immediately, and from that point we gave a lesson to a lot of unions how to dialogue between the social parties without lodging to the mediation by the government or other parties. And we led negotiations. And in the Tunisian legislations, as we know, you cannot make a resolution without the authority. So we talked to the Minister of Social Affairs in Tunisia and asked him for a meeting to agree. He said, you did not make a dialogue and you did not negotiate. So what will you negotiate about? We told him we had negotiations and we finished. And we are required by law to be present with us only if you like. And we will be thankful for you if you will meet with us and be present. And it happened. And I said at that time, why not make it a lesson to give it to the politicians so that no conflict between the people and the employees, the laborers and the employees. For Tunisia, they united to establish peace and dialogue, and we have also other bonds to the unions I affiliate to, like, for example, the lawyers deanship, so that we will put hand in hand together for dialogue. And we are not expats for these organizations, and they responded to us immediately. And the Tunisian Association for Defending Human Rights, they responded to us, and we formed this quadra or fourth parties to finish the negotiation, whose the brothers will continue and who will talk after me, Mr. Mahmoud, or by this dialogue and by our love to the country. I was so happy when I saw by love we can make peace and justice by love. And by love we can make fraternity and miracles. And by love, not only by each other, by love to the nature and the land, by love among each other, all of us, we can establish any work that defeats the strongest impediments and obstacles and challenges that encounter humanity. Thank you so much.
Honorable Shukran Jazila, thank you for your lovely message and inspiring words. We go to the next Nobel Peace Laureate, Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, 2014 Nobel Peace Laureate, whose life work is inspiring. And welcome. And sir, our question to you is, we all know of the great work you have done in your life, but just if you can say it one more time, and so people get inspired by what you have done and which led to the Nobel Peace Laureate Prize.
It's not working. Hello. Yes. Thank you. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate my brother Josefa Khurakiwala. So why don't we join together in giving a big applause to not just him, but his family, the entire Khurakiwala family who is sitting here. Thank you, Habil Bhai. This topic is really very beautiful. Love letter to humanity. I am wondering that once I wrote a beautiful love letter to a beautiful girl, and she has stolen my heart. She is my wife who is sitting here. But if I write a love letter to the entire humanity, I have just one heart which is not with me. Who is going to steal my heart again? My beautiful sisters and brothers are sitting here. So they will add up to it and share their experience. Once a journalist asked me after the Peace Prize, Kailash, what has been your biggest contribution to the humanity or accomplishment? I could not answer immediately, but then I replied, my humble contribution has been to bring the children who are most neglected, most oppressed, most suppressed in the global agenda, in the global discourse. I tried to give the face to hundreds of millions of faceless children. I tried to give the voice, the sound, to those hundreds of millions of children who were forcibly kept silent, nameless, faceless. That began back in 1980, so more than 4 decades by now. Many of you know, or most of the Indians know now, that me and my colleagues have been physically liberating children from the clutches of the mafia and masters, slave masters. That has resulted in the brutal killing of 3 of my colleagues. That has also resulted in attacks on me and my family. I have my broken leg and my broken back and my broken shoulder and broken head. But I'm still alive, so nothing is lost. But of course, we have made progress in the world. It was not just freeing children, but when I started, there was no international legislation against human slavery, child slavery, not human slavery, child trafficking, forced labor, child labor, bonded labor, and so on. We organized long marches, including the Global March Against Child Labor across 103 countries that went on for 6 months from 3 corners of the world. It was participated by 1.5 million people physically, and 71 presidents, prime ministers, kings, and queens joined the Global March and at one stage of time in their countries. That has resulted in the new international law in 1999. And since then, the number of child laborers and the victims of slavery and trafficking has decreased from almost 250 million to 150 million in 16 years' time. So progress has been made. I have also conceived the idea of building a worldwide movement for right to education. The global campaign for education, which I headed for several years, more than a decade. And that has again brought the issue of education for children to the public and political domain, and given a big shift as education, which was considered as a charity or as one of the welfare measures or one of the development activity, to the right agenda, rights approach, human rights approach. But dear sisters and brothers, it was not enough. It is not enough. Today, when I sit here, I can listen, I can feel the cry of children who are being maimed and killed. Innocent children are being killed in Gaza. I can feel those children who produce clothes, shoes, footballs. And the big companies make money. And these children have no childhood. I can feel the cry of those girls and boys who are pushed into sexual slavery every single day. Whose children are they? I ask, whose children are they? They are your children. They are my children. They are our children. And when we feel they are our children, then we cannot sit quiet. And that has compelled me to initiate a larger movement, Satyarthi Movement for Global Compassion. Why compassion? First of all, let me clarify here that I'm not talking about mercy, pity, kindness, sympathy, or even empathy. They are good human traits, though. But I'm afraid that none of them can change, can transform the world and bring justice for everyone. They can give healing, spontaneous healing. But when it comes to the deep-rooted injustice, discrimination, inequality, and violence that is rooted in the systems and institutions and and the negative aspect of our cultures and traditions, like the racial discrimination, gender discrimination, like the intergenerational poverty, like the growing inequalities in the world, these issues, these problems can only be solved through the power of compassion. So compassion is not a weak or a gentle emotion. I have been trying to give a new definition or trying to amend the age-old definition and trying to redefine, reinvigorate the power of compassion and relaunch. As compassion is a force, I underline compassion is a force born out of feeling for the suffering of others as your own suffering that drives us to take mindful action. In case of empathy, the danger is that one can be drawn, one can be overwhelmed and merged into it. So how long you can keep the feeling of suffering of others in your mind, in your heart? It cannot be possible forever. This feeling of empathy sometimes lead to depression, anxiety, hopelessness, and so on. So I'm not talking about empathy. I'm talking about compassion, which is a force, which has its own inherent power, which is innate, which is biological, which is sociological, which is neurological. I would underline here that all the religions in the world, all the religions, and all the revolutions and social transformation were born out of the spark of compassion. When somebody at one point of time felt the suffering of others as his or her own suffering and did not keep quiet, did not submerge into that feeling, but took action with urgency and mindfulness. Mindfulness is the key. And that is compassion which we are talking about. So, in my new movement, we have brought three major areas. In 1-2 minutes I can explain. One is that all of us aware of IQ, the intelligence quotient. We also know about EQ. About 2-3 decades ago, this new idea of emotion quotient has been introduced. But sometimes their measurements create a sense of superiority or inferiority. This discriminate the people. If your IQ is low and somebody's IQ high, that is problematic. Now we are introducing CQ, compassion quotient. Recently we organized a roundtable inviting 20 top scholars, neurologists, social scientists, anthropologists, psychologists, behavioral scientists from 13 international universities to introduce my idea of compassion quotient. And I was highly inspired and motivated to see the resonance and receptivity of this idea of compassion quotient. Since we are all born with this divine power of compassion, God or Allah cannot be so meager that He has sent or she has sent us with a little compassion and go and do it. And just enjoy your compassion or practice your compassion in your small family circle. We are so meager. We kept our compassion so confined to our family or spouses or friends, small circle. But I strongly believe that God has sent us with the ocean of compassion which each one of us carry. So let us dig it out. Let us take out this power of compassion from within. And that is possible by way of measuring the level of CQ as well as using the level of CQ to enhance the ability to take cognizance of others' problems, to connect with others' problems, to feel their problems as your own, and then with wisdom, you take action to solve those problems. World has never been so poor. so rich, sorry. World has never been so rich as it is today. It has never been so fast, so knowledgeable, so filled with plethora of constitutional guarantees and international treaties and bindings and protocols and so on. But I am sorry to say that world has never been so divided, so fragmented, so broken, so filled with hatred and divide as it is today. Polarization, all these things are causing serious problems and complicating our problems and crises in the world. So in this case, what we need to build compassionate leadership. This is the place. I am sitting here amongst my sisters and brothers. They are the epitomes of compassion. Their life is driven by that compassion because they could not sit quiet. They have exercised it, they have practiced it, and they have brought about change, which all of us are celebrating. All the Nobel laureates, and many of you sitting here in front of us. So we have to build compassionate leadership in medical profession, in education, in politics, in judiciary, in police, in corporate sectors, and so on, that we are working upon. And the last thing which we are doing is that without the participation of young people, the children and young people, we cannot bring about sustainable solutions of the world. We have to learn from them. We can learn simplicity, the power of truth, transparency from our children. But one thing we should keep in mind, that if we are able to inculcate and if we are able to protect the power of compassion in them by way of education, training, experiential learning, and so on, then we are able to create a new generation of compassionate leaders, and that is possible. So, dear friends, let us ignite the power of compassion in each one of us. Each one of us are born with immense divine powers. Why we are shy? When I was receiving the Nobel Prize, I forgot my papers. And then I remembered a story. There was a heavy fire broken out in jungle. All animals and birds were rushing for a safer place, including King Lion. And Lion noticed there was a tiny hummingbird flying straight towards the fire. And he cried, he shouted, "What are you doing, committing suicide?" She said, "No, sir. I was born and grew up in this jungle. I cannot leave it like that."
Sir.
And he asked, "What are you? How could you do it?" Then she said, "Look at my beak. I am carrying a drop of water. I am doing my bit," she said. And rest is the history, rest is the legend. Do your bit, my friends. Ignite the power of compassion and globalize compassion. Thank you so much.
Honorable Kailash Satyarthi ji, what a lovely message, that compassion is kindness into action. Just kindness is not enough, you have to act on it. It's a very beautiful message, and may your work of compassion spread right throughout the world. Now I would like to just request the Nobel Peace Prize winners. This session is going long. So if anybody would like to go for 5 minutes and come back, you are free, you don't need my permission. Anyone can get up and go for 5 minutes, they can take a rest, whatever, and they can come back. So you are welcome to do that, because this session may go a bit long. I would request now Honorable ex-President of Poland, Mr. Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Laureate, to talk about the work of his life and what is his mission in his life.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
po II wojnie światowej wielcy tego świata podzielili świat na strefy wpływów.
after the Second World War, the leaders of the world divided it into the areas of influence.
połowa świata, w tym moja ojczyzna, dostała się pod wpływy Sowietów.
Half of the world, including my home country, ended up under the influence of the Soviets.
Narzucono nam system komunistyczny.
The communist system was imposed on us.
Wprowadzono jednopartyjność.
The one-party system was introduced.
Policję polityczną, cenzury.
Political police, censorship.
Nigdy nie zaakceptowaliśmy tego systemu.
And we never accepted that system.
Lata 40. i 50. walczyliście z bronią w ręku przeciwko tej władzy.
In the 40s and in the 50s we fought that power armed.
Przegraliśmy tą walkę.
But we lost that fight.
Lata 60. i 70. walczyliśmy strajkami wychodząc na ulicę.
In the 60s and 70s we fought by strike actions and going into the streets.
Przegraliśmy te metody walki.
But those methods also were unsuccessful.
Ale na zasadach prób i błędów doszliśmy do pomysłu solidarności całego narodu.
But through trial and error we arrived at the solution rested in the solidarity of the nation.
Dość daleko się zorganizowaliśmy.
We became organized.
Ale komunizm miał prostą zasadę: nie pozwolić się im zorganizować.
But the communism had one solid rule: let's not let them get organized.
Rozbijać każdą próbę zorganizowania.
Any attempts were quenched.
I powtarzać: nie macie najmniejszych szans.
And to repeat, you have no chance.
Czy nie widzicie, że w samej Polsce jest około 100 000 żołnierzy sowieckich, które nas pilnuje?
And you see that in the Poland there is around 100,000 Soviet soldiers that are looking at you.
Naokoło Polski około 1 milion żołnierzy sowieckich pilnuje nas.
And around there are 1 million Soviet soldiers keeping an eye on you.
Jeszcze po cichu mówiono, że są silosy z bronią nuklearną.
And there were silent talks talking about the nuclear weapon-filled silos.
Żadnych szans. Załamano polski naród i cały świat zresztą.
There seems to have been no chance of winning, and that was believed in Poland as well as around the world.
A do końca zbliżała się druga tysiąclatka chrześcijaństwa.
And it was also nearly 2000 years of Christianity at that point.
Polacy wymodlili Polaka na Ojca Świętego.
The Polish nation prayed and received the Polish Pope.
Po roku od wyborów przyjechał do Polski.
1 year after being elected, he came to Poland.
Cały świat przyglądał się na Polskę, co się w tym komunistycznym państwie dzieje.
And the eyes of the entire world turned to Poland, looking at what's happening in this communist state.
Prawie cały naród brał w spotkaniach z Ojcem Świętym udział.
Almost the entire nation took part in the meetings with the Pope.
Ojciec Święty nie robił rewolucji, zorganizował nas do modlitwy.
But the Pope didn't organize the revolution. He was just putting us in one place so that we could collectively pray.
A jednocześnie zobaczyliśmy, jak jest nas dużo.
But at the same time, it allowed us to see how many of us there are.
Nieduże organizacje opozycyjne przejęły te zorganizowanie, poprowadziły do boju.
And some opposition organizations took those groups and that power and led them to fight.
Oczywiście komunizm coraz bardziej kończył się.
Of course, the communism was coming to an end.
Więc było pytanie, jak tylko od niego odejść pokojowo.
So the only question was, how can we walk away from it in a peaceful way?
I mojej organizacji pod moim przewodem Solidarności udało się tego dokonać.
And my organization, under my leadership, Solidarity, managed to achieve just that.
Udało się pomóc rozwiązać Związek Radziecki.
We managed to dissolve the Soviet Union.
Układ Warszawski rozwiązać.
Warsaw Treaty was untangled.
Wyprowadzić wszystkie wojska ze wszystkich krajów komunistycznych, rosyjskie wojska.
We managed to march all the Russian armies from all the Soviet states.
Pomogliśmy zjednoczyć się Niemcom.
We helped the Germany to unite.
A więc zburzyliśmy stary porządek.
So we dismantled the old order.
Ale zburzyliśmy po to, by zbudować nowy porządek.
But we dismembered it to build a new order.
I dobrze nam szło.
And we were on track to doing just that.
Europa poszła w tym kierunku.
Europe followed in that direction.
Problem tylko polega na tym, że ja przegrałem drugą kadencję prezydencką.
The only problem was that I lost my second presidential elections.
Po drodze zdarzył się wypadek samolotowy. Polska załoga zginęła w całości, prawie cały rząd polski.
There was also the air crash that killed almost the entire Polish government.
Wrogowie porozumienia, wrogowie tego, co budowaliśmy, wykorzystali ten moment.
The enemies of what we were building used that moment.
Oskarżyli o to przywódców sowieckich, że to oni ten wypadek nam spowodowali.
They accused the Soviet leaders of causing that crash.
Więc budowa została zatrzymana.
And that's when the construction work that we were doing
Ale
stopped.
daliśmy światu przykład, jak walczyć, jak zwyciężać.
However, we gave an example to the world how to fight and how to win.
Europa, zobaczcie, co Europa zrobiła.
And look what Europe has done.
Prawie znieśliśmy wszędzie granice między państwami.
There are no longer any borders across the countries.
Prowadziliśmy euro w całej Europie.
We introduced euro across Europe.
Każdy może pracować z każdego państwa w każdym innym państwie.
And anyone can work in another country if they want.
Chciałbym to kontynuować.
I would like this to continue.
Chciałbym, żeby kontynenty poszły, inne kontynenty, Afryka, Azja, Ameryki różne, żeby poszły w tym samym kierunku.
I would like all the continents, Asia, Africa, America, to follow us in the same direction.
Bo technologia mówi, że państwa, kraje to za mało, obojętnie na jakim kontynencie.
Because technology says that countries, states are not enough no matter which continent we are talking about.
Nie panujemy nad naszymi rozwiązaniami wieloma.
We can no longer control many of the solutions that we have devised.
Nad ekologią nie panujemy.
We can't control the ecology.
Tylko zorganizowanie możemy poradzić tym wyzwaniom, jakie stanęły przed nami.
Only when we are organized and united we can face the challenges that are posed in front of us.
Epoka państwa, kraje, bloki upadła.
The epoch of countries, states, blocks, this is long gone.
Pojawiła się epoka intelektu, informacji, globalizacji.
We are in the epoch of intellect, information and globalization.
A my jesteśmy pośrodku.
And we are somewhere in between.
Jedno padło, drugie nie powstało.
The old concepts, they collapsed, the new ones are not yet fully born.
Ja ten czas nazywam epoka słowa, dyskusji, jak ten świat ma wyglądać.
And I call this era that we live in the era of discussion on what the world that we live in is supposed to look like.
Widzicie, co się w świecie dzieje.
You see what's happening in the world.
Widzicie, że wszystkie struktury, partie polityczne ze starej epoki nie pasują do dzisiejszych czasów.
You see that all the structures, political parties of the old era, they are not fit for the new world.
Nasze pokolenie powinno zacząć porządkować, co pasuje na te czasy.
Our generation should start to sort what is good for the times that have come.
To, co dziś się dzieje w świecie całym, te wybory różnego typu, to traktujcie jako dyskusja nad przyszłością.
What's happening all over the world at this time, all the elections, please look at it as a discussion about our future.
W tej sytuacji demagodzy, populiści mają wygrywają wybory w niektórych państwach już.
Demagogues and populists are already winning elections in some countries.
Bo im jest prościej i łatwiej negować wszystko.
Because they find it much easier to negate everything.
W naszym pokoleniu musimy znaleźć rozwiązania.
Our generation is the one that has to find solutions.
Co to znaczy dziś lewica?
What is left wing today?
Co to znaczy prawica?
What is right wing?
Demokracja nie funkcjonuje.
Democracy is not functioning anymore.
Ludzie nie wierzą w tą demokrację.
And people don't believe in
Nie
it.
bronią tej demokracji.
They don't defend it.
Trzeba dopisać 3 elementy w demokracji, aby ludzie wrócili do demokracji.
We have to add 3 elements to democracy so that people come back to it.
Już mówiłem, Ukraina i Rosja pokazuje, co trzeba wpisać w demokracji.
Ukraine and Russia example shows what needs to be added to the concept of democracy.
Przywódcy nie mogą mieć więcej jak 2 kadencje, nie dłużej jak po 5 lat.
Leaders can not have more than 2 terms, consecutive terms, and no more than 5 years each.
Każdy wybrany może być zawsze odwołany. Drugi punkt.
And the second point is that each leader should be able to be called off his function.
trzeci punkt, żeby nie było bałaganu, to trzeba w drugim punkcie spowodować, by więcej ludzi wotum nieufności wyraziło, by odwoływać.
And to avoid any chaos, the third point is that in the second point, there must be a large majority that will agree for the calling off of the
I
leader.
trzeci punkt, czytelność finansowania.
And transparency of financing.
Tylko tak możecie uratować demokrację.
That's the only way to save democracy.
I tak możecie poprowadzić i rozwiązać te wszystkie problemy, które tu są zgłaszane.
And that's the only way to solve all the problems that have been mentioned here.
Bo można, to są wszystkie rzeczy, że z nimi się zgadzamy, ale jak je realizować?
Because we all agree on all these ideas, but how to put them in action?
W taki sposób się nie da zrealizować.
That's not impossible to do it the way that we are discussing
Więc
here.
kończąc, chciałbym brać udział tak jak brałem udział w burzeniu, to teraz chciałbym brać udział w budowaniu.
And to conclude, exactly in the same way in which I took part in bringing the regimes down, now I would like to take part in building something new.
Dziękuję.
Honorable Lech Walesa, thank you very much for your views and your insights and your very inspiring work of your life. And also, even after you have achieved so much, you have a mission to achieve more. That is a very amazing thing. We go next to Honorable Lema Gobovi. She is a Nobel Peace Laureate from Liberia 2011. Ms. Honorable, we would like to ask you, the Nobel Peace Prize, which was conferred on you, you had done a great work. If you can throw light on this audience about the work that you have done, and what is the future mission, what you are planning to do?
Thank you. I dislike the title honorable because in our different countries, the term has been bastardized. People call themselves honorable and behave dishonorably. So Miss Bowie will be fine. One trait that I think all of us, regardless of our race, our religion, on this stage share is that we are angry people. And at some point in our lives, we were angry. The quartets were angry at the state of Tunisia. Kalashji was angry at the state of children in India. Shireen was angry at the state of injustice. Nadia angry at the treatment of women. President Lech was angry at governance and the way people were suppressed. And I am still a very angry woman, angry at the state of our world. I started my life, and I say it's difficult to talk about my life, so I was socialized to believe in equality. I was socialized to believe that all faith mattered. I was socialized to believe that class and money wasn't as important as the human person. And that socialization led me through my life. And then at some point, we went to war in Liberia. And for many years during the war years, I was very angry to the point of carrying a lot of toxicity in my body. My attitude, everything projected that kind of toxic nature. But I recognized at one point in my life that anger is the same trait that Hitler carried, and it's the same trait that we carry. The difference between those who are called villains and those who are called heroes is that one group places their anger in a non-violent container, like Gandhi, and the other places theirs in a violent container. And I wanted to be remembered as someone who transformed her anger into something positive. So we came together as a group of Christian and Muslim women. For those Liberians in the room, when the war started, there were only two warring factions. And then eventually we went to 14. And we had gone to dozens of peace talks. And some of the worst crimes against humanity was conducted. Women who were pregnant, they placed a bet on their stomach and they degutted them to see the child. So all of those things. So we came together, a group of women who had no idea of what nonviolence was. We were even schooled in it. But one thing we had was our collective humanity. We wanted to make peace. We wanted peace to come into our country. So Christian, Muslim, everyone, we came together. I became the leader by default. I did not want to be a leader. They insisted that I would be the leader since I was the one who had the dream. And so long story short, we went ahead and we did what we had to do. Today, there is nowhere in the history of the world where they talk peace or about the peace process in Liberia that the women are not mentioned. But after peace, what we were able to do also, we took our peace agreement, because usually when the peace is signed, people clap, they dance, and they forget. But we took our peace agreement, 80 women leaders went into a room, demystify, simplify, put some benchmarks to it, and send it into communities for women and say, if you don't see this happening at this time, protest. So basically, we followed our peace process up to elections. And after elections, we have never stopped, and I don't think we will stop, because 2005, we had our first general elections. 2011 was very it was hotly contested. The women were out again. 2017, there was a lot of organizing in the dark, because especially for 2017, we were very, very aware that all of the young people who were born 1990 coming up to 2003 had very little recollection of the pain of the war. And those were the ones that people would use for problems. And elections are always the time bomb for many countries coming out of war. So to cut a long story short, Liberia has been at peace for, 21 years? And I can tell anyone that we have broken the record for any country that has gone to war. And this is to say that when women are actively involved in peace processes, the process tends to last longer. Where am I today? One of the gaps in the work that we do, that we did in those years, where we didn't have a lot of young women amongst us. And so when I won the Nobel Peace Prize, we're sitting in the room the day before my lecture, and they asked, so what do you do next? And I said, well, I won the prize, and I'm going to retire. And my friends were like, no, you can't at 39, because I won the prize at 39. So I said, I want to send girls to school. So when I turned 40, I launched another foundation. And for the last several years, alongside all of the global work that we do, I've been in the process of mentoring and sending young people to school. What have I learned on this journey? The first thing that I've learned is that faith is very important. If you do not have a recognition of a power that is greater than yourself, it's very impossible to make any change in the world that we find ourselves living in. So whether you say my faith is humanity, my faith is children, my faith is freedom, my faith is justice, but you have to have a recognition that there is someone or something higher than yourself in this world. The second thing that I've come to realize, that money never really does the work. We need money, yes, but innovation is what carries the work. Passion is what carries the work. The third thing that I've learned is that community is extremely important in everything that we do. A few years ago, I was burned out, totally burned out. I needed a place to rest. I ran away to India, to Kalashji. I remember the first day I went to sleep, Mata, his wife, sent someone to wake me up. And this little girl stood at the door from like 10 till 2 because I was in deep sleep. And when I opened my eyes, they were standing looking at me like, did she die? But that community I've come to really appreciate, whether it's going to Kalash, whether it's the Nobel Women's Initiative, whether it's the young one that keeps us, you need that community. And I must also add that in as much as LEC is not as active. I had some students in Ukraine, and when the war started, his son-in-law, his office was very instrumental in bringing my students to the city. So that community is very important. Finally, what I've come to learn is that peace, in the past, I thought peace was about ending war. Peace was about bringing peace. Let's not fight. But I've come to recognize that peace is not just the absence of war, but peace is the presence of conditions that give dignity to all. And I feel like a lot of the wars that we fought around the world that are still being fought is about conditions that people live in that makes it uneasy for them to live in dignity. So dignity for me is very important. The conditions, the basic human security need is very important. So on this journey, as much as I would like to say that it's an extraordinary journey, because people think when you've won the Nobel Peace Prize, you are on an extraordinary journey. It's a journey of humanity. It's a journey of seeing the person in you, recognizing the person in you, regardless of their color, regardless of how they pray, and say, you are my brother, you are my sister, and we can make life together. Thank you.
Ms. Lema, I will address you as Ms. Lema. And what a inspiring and what a lovely story, and how beautifully you have conveyed the story. Thank you very much. We go to the next Nobel Peace Laureate 2015 from Tunisia, Honorable Mohammad Fadel Mahfoud. Sir, we would like to ask you, the Nobel Peace Laureate you won, what was the journey of winning that Nobel Peace Laureate? And in future, what is the path forward? And I will just excuse myself. I will come back in 2 minutes, but you can start the answer. Okay?
شكرا على طرح السؤال. والحقيقة أنه من الصعب أن تتناول الكلمة بعد هذه القامات
talk about these figures who talked about their journey and their life to win the Nobel Prize for Peace. Let me remind you that my winning of Nobel Prize was within the framework of the 4 parties who sponsored and the people who interfered before me and after me. In fact, this prize was not programmed or not planned well. And to remind you briefly of the events that imposed the political society to negotiate together under the supervision of this quadratic dialogue, which was a dialogue imposed between 2 brackets, thanks to the remote of the civil community of Tunisia and the civil negotiations, the people who fight against the human rights and the advocates also. These are the conditions where we found and inaugurated, after then a year and a half of the success of the civil negotiation in Tunisia, it was inaugurated by the Nobel Prize winning after 1 year and a half. But let me, at the beginning, remind you that the confusion that was offered in the Arab world and Tunisia and a number of third world or developing countries is a good question and a pivotal question, how to consolidate democracy in these countries and how to make these regimes or systems in these countries respect the rights and the freedoms and the human rights in particular. And this question, to link it with my journey, life journey, this question, I thought about it since I was young, particularly if after the failure of the transition period, which was the elections of 1981 in Tunisia. And these elections were conducted at that time, and we thought that the regime decided to transfer to democracy and openness, but unfortunately these elections were frauded, and the ruling party was declared as a winner, and all the opponents parties or the opponent parties were excluded at that time. This feeling and this dilemma for the democratic transition, I felt it personally when I was 16 years of age. And since then, I consider that my involvement in the public affairs must be an example for myself, and an example for my colleagues, and an example for my co-workers to realize this requirement representing to consolidate Tunisian democracy. Why not in the Arab world and the developing countries as well? And holding the posts in advocacy and lawyer job enabled me to have a good position in the public affairs, and enabled me to meet again with these 4 organizations, as my relationships were historical, to save democracy in Tunisia, and in order to consolidate the culture of human rights properly and sustainably. In fact, this experience, as I always say, is not the model experience, but it can be inspiring, and we can learn takeaways from it. And the most important takeaways and lessons, I think, and which aligns with my quiet personality, if I may say, is the culture of perseverance and persuasion and challenging, no matter how difficult they are, and believing that every problem has a solution, and dialogue is the only way to solve all the conflicts that enable us to avoid destruction and violence. And this is what I believed in, and this is what I worked for during the national dialogues, and this is what I am trying to disseminate for the future generations, and for everyone who is caring about the public affairs. Particularly, we are living nowadays a reflection for the right case, and keeping away from the public affairs and practicing the civil and political activities, particularly under the popularity of popularism and the growing of the war voices, and refusing all the legal voices that consolidate the state of law, either in the dictatorial regimes or the regimes that call themselves democratic, as the national and regular resolutions have become also suspectful by the popular people. Therefore, our role, as we obtained this prize during history, is to continue this fight and to work together to impose the culture, the negotiation culture, and the peace culture and calling our regimes to keep away from violence. And this is what I believe we cannot say to all the advocates of peace and love and justice. And humanity must remember that the amount of expense for the military equipment and preparedness in the world, if these expenses were spent for peace, I think there is no war in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Muhammad Fadil Mahfood. Your words were very nice and inspiring, and thank you for your presence all the way from Tunisia. You have come. We go to the next Nobel Peace Laureate, Honorable Mohan Monasinghe, who won the Nobel Peace Laureate in 2007. We would like to know the path that you had carved, which led to the Nobel Peace Prize, and what is the future work that you are planning to do?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, brothers and sisters, children, grandchildren. Thank you for being here and for being so supportive. I find particularly that the vibrations are so positive, and I thank also the chairman and his family for bringing this exceptional group of people together on this subject. I will also add some words later on some of the dangers of meeting only with people who agree. But first, let me respond to your specific question, Mr. Chairman. Why I am associated with the Nobel Peace Prize is because I'm a scientist who worked for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and our contribution towards world peace was we showed how the two most important problems facing humanity in this century, which are sustainable development and climate change, how they are linked together. Because I've worked with the IPCC for many years. When we started 30, 40 years ago, all the climate scientists were hardcore physicists and others. They basically said, this is only about atmospheric physics and so on and so forth. And then some of us said, wait a minute, human beings are causing the problem. Human beings are going to be affected by the problem. So that part must come in. There was an internal debate, but eventually we prevailed, the small group of us from the developing world particularly, and that integration of climate and sustainability. In other words, that it is human beings who are the cause of climate change, but at the same time, it is the same human beings, particularly the poor, who will suffer from climate change. So that was the road to the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007. Now, I will elaborate a little bit more on that later, but let me also answer the second part of your question, which is where am I going now? Well, let me say at age 80, whatever, I'm at peace with myself, I'm at peace with the universe. But there is unease. And again, I always apologize to the next generation that we are living a world that is not so nice for you. We are leaving a lot of problems to be solved. And I still feel that guilt. So even at this age, when I should be sitting in an armchair relaxing, I feel compelled to pass the torch on, to tell the young people what they should not be doing, which we did wrongly, and to encourage them with their wonderful knowledge, the new tools, the digital technologies, social media, all the other things. And I have great confidence in the youth. I think they will solve the problems of the world. So that's where I hope to go. Now, let me end by giving you a few ideas on how to move forward, because I said you have given me a lot of strength to move forward from here. And I hope what my colleagues are imparting to you will also empower you. But it is not enough to be what I said in the very first session, an echo chamber. Because the world is a vast place. There are 8 billion people out there with many problems. And therefore, we are obliged, just give me a second to pull up some of the points. We are obliged to go out there and solve those problems. Now, I feel that GGLPS is a wonderful platform to do this. So all of us have other dimensions. We have other networks. We have to energize those networks to carry forward this message from the time we move out. So the first thing I would say is, among the other networks is something called the Sustainable Development Goals, which all countries have agreed on, and I personally have also worked very hard on developing those. It is the last chance for humanity. I think the message that you have here is very essential. So join hands with the sustainability group. The second thing is, I think we have to give people what they need most. There are almost 1 billion people in the world who are starving. It is unjust, inequitable, unethical. But for them, justice, love, and peace means a very simple thing: more food on the table for their children. So we first have to identify what people need and then translate our compassion, our love, and other values to help those people. GGLPS can protect the planet. On the first day, I told you we are using almost 2 planets worth of resources. It can't go on. We must have some compassion for the planet and for nature. And we can share that. We also have to think of inequality. I told you that the richest in the world are consuming hundreds of times more per capita than the poorest people. And that inequality itself is a manifestation not of justice, but of gross injustice. So we must do what we can to solve that. And one thing I have said over and over again, we are spending over $2 trillion currently per year on weapons for hatred, for destruction. Less than 1/10 that amount for poverty reduction, for love and compassion. I mean, this is absurd. Now, I will also tell you how justice, love, and peace link up with sustainability. In 1992 at the Rio Earth Summit, I presented a framework including a triangle where I showed that sustainable development depends on the social dimension, social forces, the economic dimension, the productive forces, and the third, of course, natural environment on which we all depend. Now, if you look at this triangle, it must be balanced and harmonious for sustainability. But we actually have a very unsustainable triangle because the social values, the values that you espouse in this meeting, are not present. What is driving society are greed, selfishness, violence, hatred, all the wrong sets of values. And because of that wrong social values, it has created an economic system for maldevelopment. This is not development. You have extremes of poverty and wealth. You have a massive indebtedness, and so on and so forth. And the unbalanced economic system is driving the environmental degradation. So we are creating also an environmental debt for our children. And this triangle, unsustainable triangle, must be broken, because the more we destroy our resources, the more we will fight over them. So there are no weapons of mass destruction, human rights, all of these other things that are used to drive wars. Wars are driven primarily by greed for resources: land, water, food, minerals, and other things. So we must break that triangle. Let me also now finish up by saying that building coalitions means bringing social forces, business community, because I believe business is part of the solution, not part of the problem, and of course government together to work together. So build those coalitions. And finally, I will end with this thought, that is, before we harmonize the planet, we have to harmonize ourselves. So start with ourselves. We have mind, the growth of the intellectual capacity. We need to look after our body, to have a healthy body. And we need time for family, friends, and society. And that way you have a personal sustainability triangle that will help you to build a sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mohan Munasinghe, thank you for your excellent views, and some of the things like the defense budget of $2 trillion and so many things are troubling us actually internally, and you brought it once again to light in the summit. Thank you for coming all the way, and thank you once again. We go to the next Nobel Peace Laureate, Ms. Nadia Murad. She is an Iraqi social activist, and she has done great work in justice and fighting for human rights. We request her to throw some light on the work she has done and what she plans to do in the future.
Thank you so much for having me. It's really an honor to be among this group of amazing people who have made so much change in the world. I think listening to everyone, I believe that everyone had more resources and access to information before they won Nobel, except for me. And I think everyone was aware of the Nobel before they were nominated, except for me. I grew up in Iraq, and all I wanted to be was, I wanted to be a makeup artist, not a Nobel laureate. But I think that's why I should start by saying that my current life, speaking here in front of all of you, working as an activist and especially raising awareness of conflict-related sexual violence, was not a life I could have ever imagined for myself just 10 years ago. In August of 2014, I was working with my 10 siblings and my mother on our family farm on the Iraqi countryside. That summer was supposed to be a special one for me and my family. I was the youngest of 11, and yet in just a few months, I will be the first one in my family to graduate from high school. But with every passing day that summer, we heard news that a group called themselves the Islamic State, ISIS or Daesh, were getting closer to us. We heard from other religious minorities like Christians in a nearby Iraqi city of Mosul that ISIS had given them two options: to pay a tax or leave. But we doubted, as a small and already marginalized group, that we will be offered those options. And after that, you know, my happy summer became overcome with anxiety and fear, and my future and the future of my family was suddenly in question. And the world watched in 2014 as thousands of ISIS members, including many of our own neighbors, attacked Yazidis village by village, murdering thousands of men and enslaving more than 6,500 women and children. On that day, I lost my mother and 6 of my brothers, many cousins, nieces, neighbors. The whole male population of my village was murdered, and all the women, including myself, were taken into sexual slavery, bought and sold all over Iraq and Syria. After escaping the horror of ISIS, I found myself in an unfamiliar world again. I was in a displacement camp inside my own country. And there I started to use my voice, sharing with anybody who was eager to listen about the stories of women and girls who were still in captivity. But I didn't know a lot about the world outside of my village. I didn't know that people like Shirin Ebadi existed in the world, let alone in the Middle East. I didn't know that people could speak truth to power, but I listened on the journey. I would share my story with anyone who was eager to listen. Aid workers, journalists, prosecutors, and then I got the opportunity to immigrate to Germany. In Germany, I had more freedom because in Iraq, there was so much shame and stigma associated with rape, even though none of it was my fault or anybody's fault. It was the fault of the international community who failed to protect women and girls. It was the fault of the Iraqi government who failed to protect one of its oldest religious minority. And then in Germany, I started using my story and advocating for others and speaking to world leaders, lawyers, prosecutors, journalists every single day. And that's where I learned that I was nominated for Nobel, and I got to educate myself about Nobel, to be honest. And since then, my mission is to, well, I think first is to something that we must stop treating survivors as passive witnesses. Our testimonies are evidence. They carry not just pain, but knowledge about how these crimes happen and how they can be prevented. If the international community wants to end the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, it must create space for survivors to lead, not only in closed sessions or a one-day conference, but to in shaping laws and accountability mechanisms and humanitarian responses. For so long, survivors from DRC to Ukraine to Iraq and everywhere in between have been represented in those rooms where decisions are made about us. But I think it's time for survivors to share with the world these atrocities and these crimes. And unfortunately, we have a wealth of research from studying previous genocides from, Bosnia, Cambodia, Rwanda, and elsewhere. And the list goes on. We know a lot, but we rarely seem to learn. And that is something I continue to advocate, to make sure that when conflict erupts, we don't just pay attention to the lives lost and buildings destroyed, as we should, but we must also recognize those who pay the highest price, those who their souls have been destroyed over and over again. And as you know, the trauma is generational, and very few people have been held accountable in these conflicts because for so long rape was seen as a side effect of war and not as a war crime. But we are changing that. It was a great honor to be recognized by the Nobel Committee, but that was just one step, a recognition. Winning Nobel doesn't mean that the work is over or everything has accomplished. It's just one step, one recognition, The fight continues, the work needs to be done, and that's what I hope to be able to do in the future.
Honorable Ms. Nadia Murad, thank you for your lovely views that you express. And you have a living example how the deep pain that you went through, you have become a voice for that pain. Many people go through the pain, but they don't have the courage to become the voice for the pain. And you have become a voice for the pain, and very well done. We go to the next panelist, Ms. Vidit Boshamui, who won the Nobel Peace Prize in the year 2015 for the great work she has done for the democracy in Tunisia. And we would request her to give her views on the great work that she has done and what is in the future, what is her mission in the future.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here and among my colleagues. Thank you so much for your hospitality. I'm always also honored and proud to be in Dubai. This is the place where to be because we have here more than 250 nationalities and people, they live with peace, with security, and I think it's the best lab for all of us. If you don't mind, I'm just going to speak a little bit about myself because I know it's very difficult, but just to say, when I was young, I was very shy. I was quiet, but very observant. And for me, observation is kind of way of learning, growing, and flying high. I learned from my father, who was my mentor, my professor, how to listen to others, how to understand others, and how to not to give up. And I learned from him how also we can go through challenges, how we can also try to resolve problems and don't look to our back. And for me, that's what I learned, when there is a will, there is a way. So no matter what, that's why we need to be strong. We need to also to be resilient and also to love what we are doing. I was born in Gebes, it's a oasis in the south of Tunisia. And I think for me, I was fortunate also that my loving and supportive parents raised me in the way how I had a very stable environment. I had the chance to study in Tunisia and outside the country, to have my own company, to be the boss, and also to manage this company and to have the same advantages than my brothers. And I learned, that we have this, we can learn experience. It's a kind of huge puzzle, and we must go inch by inch, to grow up. I was also, let's say, maybe lucky to be elected in 2011, the year of the transition in Tunisia and the Arab Spring, the first woman in the Arab world as the president of the Employers Union. We have 150,000 members, and it was for me a hard task, to be this, the first one. You know, when you are the first one, always is very difficult, and people, they are waiting for you. And for me, it was kind of challenge to say, yes, we as women, I can lead this, I can also discuss, and particularly with the union. And my first exam, my first the test was how to have this kind of discussion with the union. And as Mr. Abbasi said, our labor union in Tunisia is one of the strongest union in the Arab world. So for me, how I can break this kind of wall and how to advance, it was for me kind of adventure and a kind of challenge. I had, let's say, many intimidation from the government at this time. Even many members of of the confederation, they didn't agree with me how to have this kind of relationship with the union. But for me, I believe and I'm convinced that we are partners. And for me, it's very important to have a stable environment in our companies, and it's very important to listen to each other and to work together. It's not just to earn money, to grow up, but also to consider them that the workers, they are human, they are part of the company, and we need to be together, to do something right for the companies. Even though they tried with different ways to intimidate me, I received many death threats, but I didn't give up, because for me, it was kind of challenge to say, yes, I am here, and I'm able to do that. I have the charisma, I have the will, and also I have the capacity to lead this and to have this kind of partnership with the union. And when we had this kind of, let's say, 2013, this kind of turbulence and this kind of politician assassination in Tunisia, we were together to initiate this initiative, this dialogue, national dialogue. It was a collective initiative. It was done by the civil society. We were together as a group, and we decided together, and we listened to each other. And we, for each step, we had to meet together and to consultate each one of us, and to really to do what we felt was the best for Tunisia, because we had to give some hope to Tunisian people, to say, yes, we are able to have democracy, we are able to do everything by ourselves, and we are able also to discuss and to have this kind of dialogue. And the dialogue is not a way to have loser or winner. It's a way to bring all our ideas and to participate, to discuss, and also to have kind of, by consensus, to have at least a way to resolve problems and to find a solution. That's what we did in Tunisia. It was a hard task, but I think we succeeded on that. And I'm not going to throw all this dialogue, because my colleagues, they spent time and said some details about the dialogue. But if you don't mind, I have kind of advices for the young generation, and also for women. For me, I think there are 4 pillars for success. If you want to succeed, if you want to be always the first one, you need to be this discipline, auto-relegation. You need to be on time, and also you need, to listen to others. Also to have this feeling about what you want to achieve. If you are sure, if you know your path, and you are sure what you are doing, you are going to succeed. And never give up. It's very important. And also to keep your eyes on the big picture and strive to make it happen. Don't say, I'm weak, I cannot do that. No, I need your help. No, you have to believe on that, and you will succeed. Also, you need to have to maintain this high level of commitment, because success is not possible without commitment. Commitment is like discipline, is what makes you a trustworthy person. If people, they trust you, you can succeed. And also, it's very important to respect people, time and deadlines, and always to keep your promise. Never commit to things you cannot do. If you don't know something, it's easy to say, I don't know, please say it again, give me more details. It's really a way to move forward. Last but not least, I think it's very important to respect ethics. Money is not everything in life, even that what it looks like and on social media, but it's we need to respect moral and to respect our trust. Be good, be humble, and be fair. Because our future, your future, is just one future. So let's together bring this solidarity and coexistence from bare concepts to real life. I think together we can have this kind of, let's say, better environment, and our legacy for the new generation is more stability, more comprehension, more passion, more compassion, and also more resilience. So I'm always optimistic, and I think the new generation is able to do better than us. And I hope for them good luck, and thank you so much.
Honorable Vidit Boshamui, you have highlighted the work you did, but you gave 4 pillars of success. So it's a great learning for all of us because you got it from the experience that you had in your life. And thank you for sharing your wisdom. And thank you for coming over here. We go to the last, number 10, Nobel Peace Laureate, Dr. Shireen Ebadi. And it is a testimony that in the Arab world, people think women power is less. But if you just see over here, we see Ms. Nadia Murad from Iraq, Ms. Vidit Boshamui from Tunisia, and Dr. Shireen Ebadi from Iran. So they have won the Nobel Peace Laureate because the great work they have done for human rights. And the power of these women reflect that the Arab world does not lack the woman power. So Dr. Shireen Ebadi, you won the Nobel Peace Laureate. It is a great achievement. You fought for human rights. And if you can tell us a little bit about the journey that you had, the difficulty that you had, and what you want, the message you want to convey.
I'm a lawyer. And before the 1979 Islamic Revolution, I went to the law school and I graduated from there and I became a lawyer and then a judge. The situation in the country was good at the time and women had a lot more freedom than they do at present. And maybe you'll be surprised to hear that Iranian women managed to gain the right to vote and enter parliament 2 years before women in Switzerland managed to do so. And in 1979, however, we had a revolution, and the leaders of this revolution had promised us freedom and independence. They told us, oh, you're going to be independent, you're going to be free. However, that did not happen in practice. And very soon the people came to realize that they were deceived. And instead of the regime of the Shah, a monarchy, an Islamic Republic had taken its place, which was using the name of Islam in order to deprive us of all our freedoms. And the situation in the country deteriorated day by day. When the government came, Islamic government came to power, it officially declared what its policy was. They said, first, we are against the United States. We have to make sure that the United States is leaves the region. And second, we have to annihilate Israel. And since then, they devoted all their financial resources and every other resource they had in order to advance these two aims, to make sure that the United States leaves the region and Israel is annihilated. And the government started to create paramilitary force, and you have seen how it created Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it funded Hezbollah in Lebanon, provided them with weapons. Then it spent a great deal of money in order to keep Bashar al-Assad in power in Syria. It sent many of these young militia Iranian militia to join the civil war in Syria and to defend Assad, which it interfered in Iraq, and it created a paramilitary force in Iraq, in Yemen. It also strengthened the Houthis. And that resulted in Iran becoming financially weaker because it was spending all its money on these proxy forces. Iran is a very rich country. We have the biggest gas reserve, second biggest gas reserve in the world. We are a very oil-rich country. We have many mineral resources. We used to have excellent universities. Iranian experts are now teaching in the best Ivy League United States universities. If you look at the major multinational companies, there are many Iranian experts working there. If you take these Iranian experts out of these companies, believe me, these companies will no longer be able to carry out with their work. Every huge, massive company in the world has Iranians. I have, whichever major university I've been to, there have been around the world, there have been Iranian professors there. There has been massive brain drain in Iran since the revolution because anyone who says the slightest thing against the regime and calls for democracy and human rights is arrested. Even after our 8-year war against Iraq, Iran-Iraq war in the 80s, within 1 week, and I repeat, within 1 week, 4,000 political prisoners were executed by the regime. Do you know what that means? That means 4,000 political prisoners in 1 week were executed. And since then, Iran has managed to have the highest execution number. They silence any dissent. And in such circumstances, as an Iranian lawyer who had been raised in that country, I felt I had a duty. And to that end, I started writing a variety of books in order to prove that they are abusing the name of Islam as a pretext to stay in power. What they are saying is not Islam. Islam has many interpretations, and what they are saying is not true Islam. Then I realized that I cannot succeed on my own. So I started an NGO, the Defenders of Human Rights Center. And in this NGO, I managed to persuade many of my colleagues who were lawyers to come and defend political prisoners pro bono. And if someone was imprisoned because of his or her political beliefs, we helped them, we defended them. We had social workers who would visit their families. And you know what? That resulted in not only my imprisonment, but also in 2009, they raided my NGO, they closed my NGO, they seized my properties, they confiscated my assets. They wanted to assassinate me on 3 occasions, and I still receive death threats. And I know they haven't given up on the idea of killing me. But that's not important for me. What is important for me is that it is my duty, so long as I am alive, I have to fight for my country, for the development of my country. Iran is an extremely beautiful country. We have a 7,000-year-old civilization. We are an incredibly rich country. We are a massive country, but unfortunately, we have a regime in power that is corrupt, as a result of which half the Iranian population are living under the poverty line. And they are begging for their food. When they raided my NGO, I happened to be outside Iran. I happened to be in Spain, where I was giving a speech. So they arrested my colleagues. And since they couldn't arrest me because I wasn't in Iran at the time, instead of me, they arrested my husband and my sister in order to force me to surrender. And that happened in 2009. Then after a few months, they sent me a message. They said, if you return to Iran, don't worry, we won't do anything to you. We will give back all your assets, and we will release your sister and your husband as long as you promise to stay silent. And I said, look, my relatives are innocent. You have to free them, and they will be freed, because there is a God. And God is a witness, and God will protect innocent people. And finally, after a while, they released my sister and my husband. Then they sent me another message saying, oh, we'll give you everything back, come back. And I said, look, I'm not worried about money. God provides me with my daily bread. You have all plundered Iran. You might as well take my assets too. It doesn't matter to me, but I am not going to remain silent. And since 2009, I travel at least 10 months a year throughout the world, and I speak to whoever is willing to listen, especially journalists, to tell them what is happening in Iran and how people's voices cannot be heard because of censorship. That is my duty. And even at my age, as you can see, I am losing my voice these days, but I'm not going to give up. I will only stop my work when Iran becomes a democracy, which is what the Iranian people want. And I am in touch with my colleagues every day. Some of them have been released, have had their sentences ended. They're out of prison now, and we are together collaborating. And one good news, my deputy in my NGO, which is 20 years after me, she won the Nobel Peace Prize as well. And that was slap in the face of the Islamic Republic of Iran. 2 female laureates from the country. You thought you can silence me? Not only I did not become silenced, my deputy, my NGO, also became a Nobel laureate. This shows the power and strength of Iranian women. We will not be silenced. We don't want much. All we want is human dignity. We want laws that are compatible with our culture. We want people not to be hungry. We don't want people looking in garbage cans to find food. Stop the embezzlement in the country. In order to gain the support of the masses, the regime says, look, we are poor because of US sanctions, but that is not true. Look, corruption in Iran is sky high. Not to mention the wrong policies of the government. Who said that Iran has the duty to destroy Israel? Before coming here, last week I was in Jordan. I'd gone to Jordan to meet Palestinian feminists. With I was there with my Nobel Women's Initiative, which is an NGO I was one of the founders of. And I said to Palestinian people, again, as I've said in the past, look, the hearts of the Iranian people are with you. Iranian people support you, but do not be deceived by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't care for Palestine. They only want to pursue their political ambitions. The Islamic Republic of Iran is abusing the name of Islam, and it's also abusing the name of Palestine, exploiting it to their own ends. In the past 46 years, has the situation of the Palestinians improved thanks to the Islamic Republic of Iran? No, don't be deceived by that. Their wish is to become leaders of the Islamic world. They have delusions of grandeur, and because of that, they are destroying Iran. I'm sure you're aware about the problems they had with Donald Trump, and now look at what they're doing. They are taking part in talks with the United States. The first round of Iran-US talks, as you know, has taken place. The Iranian side is claiming the talks were indirect, and the US is saying, no, we have direct talks. But I can tell you, the problem of Iran will also be resolved is when people come to power and when we have democracy. It's only then that not only we will benefit, but the region will also benefit from a democracy in Iran. You can be sure of that. Thank you very much for having given me time to speak.
So, Honorable Dr. Shirin Ebadi, your life work is truly inspiring, and women like Miss Lima Gubowi from Africa and all three of you show that how the women have fought for the justice. Even the man doesn't have so much courage, you know. And it shows that the woman's courage is no less than a man's courage, and you are a living example of that. Now we are going to release a peace charter, which will be the online, because of the shortage of time, we will not take the online. We will be releasing a peace charter, which is a love letter to humanity. And there are 12 points in the peace charter. So can we have the slides? Is it there? I can't see. Is it on? So the preamble is on, or what is on? Huh? The preamble or the number 1 point? Okay, I can see so the number 1 point is, in the Peace Charter, is justice and equality. Justice is a fundamental right that safeguards dignity for all. A just future belongs to those who uphold integrity, stand against oppression, and work for fairness. Then point number 2 is dialogue and cooperation. True peace thrives on open dialogue, trust, and cooperation. Strength is found in unity, respect, and the pursuit of fairness. Point number 3, education and empowerment. Knowledge is a guiding light that nurtures understanding, progress, and human equality. Education leads to justice and a brighter future. Point number 4 is freedom. Every individual has a right to live with dignity, dream without fear, and rise beyond oppression. Point number 5 of the Peace Charter is leadership and responsibility. True leadership unites, uplifts, and builds a world where justice, love, and peace prevail. The future belongs to those who choose wisdom over division. Point number 6 is compassion and action. Justice and peace are realized when love and compassion lead to action, protecting the vulnerable and ensuring no child is left behind. Point number 7, strength and resilience. True strength is the courage to rise, stand for justice, and seek truth against all odds. Peace is won by those who refuse to be silent. Point number 8 is unity and progress. Progress flourishes when diverse voices are heard, divisions are overcome, and dignity is upheld by the rule of law with respect, integrity, and love. Hope and healing. Peace is point number 9. Peace is not just the end of conflict, but the beginning of healing, justice, and dignity. The future belongs to those who transform pain into purpose and love into action. Point number 10 is diplomacy and resolution. Lasting peace is built on diplomacy over conflict, turning hope into harmony and fostering prosperity for all. Point number 11, human value as a foundation of inner peace. The 7 human values of gratitude, forgiveness, love, humility, giving, patience, and truth are the foundation of inner peace. And point number 12 is commitment to change. True change comes when courage overcomes fear, truth rises above repression, and people unite to shape a future of equality, love, and peace. So this is our commitment to action. We pledge to uphold these principles in our actions, policies, and advocacy. We will work to protect the vulnerable, promote fairness, and foster dialogue to create a future where peace is not just an aspiration, but a lived reality for all. Through education, collaboration, and unwavering pursuit of justice, we dedicate ourselves to build a world where dignity, freedom, and harmony prevail. So we will just be releasing the Peace Charter. I request all the Nobel Peace Laureates to come on the stage. And we will just be putting us...
May we please kindly present tokens of love to each and every beautiful soul. At the same time, their journey has been nothing short of being a true hero. May we please put our hands together for Abde Sattar Ben Musa from Tunisia. Oh, first we're going to do the unveiling. Sure, the mementos, please, along with a lovely bouquet for mementos have already been presented to them. A lovely bouquet. Please put hands together for our educationist, Nobel Peace 2015, Hussein Abbasi. A lovely bouquet for Kailash Satyarthi, India, Nobel Peace Laureate 2014. His Excellency Lech Walesa, of former President Poland. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Honorable Lehman Gibovi. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Nobel Peace Laureate 2011, Honorable Lehman Gibovi. Mohammad Fadel Mahfoud, Tunisia, the Nobel Peace Laureate 2015. His Excellency, our President of Tunisian Order of Lawyers. Let's continue the applause for Professor Mohan Munasinghe, please. From Sri Lanka, the Nobel Peace Laureate 2007. Nadia Murad from Iraq, Nobel Peace Laureate 2018. Oh, we love the cheer. Vidit Bushamawi from Tunisia, the Nobel Peace Laureate 2015. Congratulations and thank you so much. Vidit Bushamawi. Ladies and gentlemen, and Shireen Ibadi from Iran, the social activist, the judge and the Nobel Peace Laureate 2003. Thank you so much, one and all. Wow, come on everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, honored awardees, and cherished friends, a very good evening. After what has turned to be an absolute impact-worthy session, it is now time for the awards. Tonight, under this roof of unity and shared purpose, we gather to celebrate the Irene Awards, named after the Greek goddess of peace, bestowed upon those whose lives reflect her legacy. This ceremony is not just a conclusion, it is a consecration, a moment to honor one among all of us who have turned compassion into courage and vision into action. Tonight, we not only celebrate their achievements, we affirm our own commitments, the gratefulness that will guide our leadership. Let the Irene Awards be more than just recognition. Let them be a reminder that peace begins with people and that each of us in our own way is called to rise.
Wow. We are all truly overwhelmed, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the outstanding contributions in the area of justice, peace, and love across various professions. So are we all ready as we celebrate the success of our recipients? And success is not just merely for them, but for the society and for humanity at large. Ladies and gentlemen, justice, love, and peace, and
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you all to please take your seats. We're very excited and thrilled about our prestigious Erin Awards. And I'm going to please ask my lovely co-host Enid and myself, Simran, are very excited to let you know a little bit about the Erin Awards. What does this word mean? Wow.
So Erin is the name of a Greek goddess, and this beautiful and powerful Greek goddess stood for peace. So today's awards were particularly curated based on the theme of the Greek goddess Erin, who embodies peace, stands for justice, and is the powerhouse of love. And therefore, we came up with the theme of the Erin Awards.
Isn't this interesting and something very close to our hearts and souls? Wow, what a beautiful feeling. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you all to take your seats as we shall, please once again, request all our Nobel Peace Laureates to kindly join us here on stage to do the honors of presenting our prestigious Erin Awards for the very first time. The name itself is so significant. At the same time, this is for the true heroes of humanity. Gives us a huge honor to felicitate all of them. May we please welcome all our Nobel Peace Laureates in the room here on stage to do the honors, along with our living legend. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to kindly request you all that we'll be open for the photo ops in a while from now. A humble request to all of you to kindly take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're about to begin the Erin Awards. I'm going to kindly request you, allow us some time. We just have few minutes, please. It's a humble request because we have the Erin Awards. It's just super few minutes, please. Just few minutes, please. I'm going to kindly request you all to take your seats.
After the ceremony. Everybody, please sit down. Sit down, everybody. We are doing the award ceremony. We request everybody to sit down on the stage. Not on the stage, sorry, in the audience. Everybody, please sit down because we are starting the award ceremony. And all the photographs you can take after the award ceremony. Everybody take the photograph after the award ceremony. There are very many lovely awardees. They will have nice photograph with them. Everybody please sit down, sit down. Sit down, no photographs. I request no photographs. Everybody please sit down, sit down. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down.
A humble request
yes,
to all
a
of you.
humble request. Everybody sit down. We have to start the award ceremony. We are running late. So I request everybody to have a seat. And the awards will be starting. Let us start the awards. Thank you very much. And I thank you for your understanding.
Thank you very much. May we please invite all our Nobel Peace Laureates here on stage, along with
Dr. Habil Khorakiwala. May we please invite on stage all of the Nobel laureates that have graced us today. Could we please have the presence of Mr. Abdusattar bin Musa, Mr. Hussein Abbasi, Mr. Kailas Satyarthi, His Excellency President-elect Walesa, Madam Lema Roberta Gubowi, Mr. Muhammad Fadel Matood, Professor Deshmanya Mohan, Ms. Nadia Murad, Mrs. Wida Bashamawi, Dr. Shireen Ibadi, please join us on stage. Dr. Habil Khorakiwala, please join us on stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight as we celebrate for all our recipients with their commitment 24/7 action towards justice, love, peace, and also the lifetime achievements in these fields. Each nominee has demonstrated a significant impact, but our winners were chosen based on the stringent set of 7 criteria: scale, impact, longevity, innovation, sustainability, integrity, and courage. Furthermore, our Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit Award nominees
underwent an additional layer of scrutiny, ensuring that our final Erin Award winners embody the highest standard of excellence.
And with that, we are now ready to begin the Erin Awards. The Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit has curated a list of award winners. We are going to begin with the Justice Awards of this evening, handed out by our dear Nobel laureates, the first recipient of an award this evening. With a round of applause, may I request on stage Dame Marlene Murphy, receiving the Excellence in Human Rights Advocacy Justice Award. Could we please give a huge round of applause? Winner, Emirates Women Awards 2022, Culture and Arts. President of Philippines Partnership Circle. Recipient, International Award of Global Excellence, and the list goes on. Receiving on behalf of Dame Marlene Murphy. Many congratulations, madam. Well deserved, and I hope we continue to follow your example. Thank you very, very much. We move on with the second award under Justice tonight, and for this, may I please request on stage Mr. Kareem Asad Ahmad Khan. Let's give Mr. Kareem a huge round of applause. You're receiving an award for exceptional public service in law. Truly, truly well deserved, and what a privilege it is to have you on stage with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we present the Justice Award for Gender Equality Champion. Please join me in congratulating our winner, Miss Poonam Chawla. Heartfelt congratulations to the lovely lady in red. You truly are magnificent. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a founder, Women Board of Directors, the Chief Visionary Officer, Women Board of Directors, and the Associate Publisher of 7 Dimensions Media. Also a mentor to aspiring female entrepreneurs and promoter of diversity and inclusion in business. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put hands together for Miss Poonam Chawla, the Erin Award winner for Justice. Thank you for the music.
I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive the Peace Award at the Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit. This recognition reinforces my belief in power of purpose-driven leadership to create a meaningful impact, especially when women are empowered to lead. Yeah, sure. I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to the organizers for this recognition, and a special thank to Dr. Habib and Dr. Josefa Korakiwala for this extraordinary vision.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to kindly request all our recipients, we're going to have the media bites right after these prestigious awards. Please join us as we present the Erin Award for Justice, Global Innovative Legal Practice. May we please give it up for Mr. Nabi Badra. Heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Nabi Badra. Our living legend. Wondrous congratulations to you, respected sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the founding partner, MEG Legal Services Dubai, the authorized barrister in Dubai since 1984. He mentors young lawyers on importance of ethics and service. His expertise in civil, commercial, and criminal law, and a specialist in real estate and Islamic law. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put hands together one more time and give it up for Mr. Nabi Badra. Thank you, dear sir.
And for our next award, in the category of Justice, for Guardian of Wellness, with a huge round of applause, may I please invite on stage
It is a request, sincere request. We are running late of time. We really love all our awardees. We honor all our awardees. But unfortunately, we will have the media bite of the awardees after the event. We cannot take it now because there are 25 awards. And I'm really sorry that I cannot allow all the awardees to give an acceptance speech. So I'm really sorry for you. We will be taking your special media bite in the green room over there back. Okay, thank you. I'm really sorry, sir. We cannot do this because we are running late, sir. Sir, I'm really sorry. If 25 people take 3 minutes, it is 1.5 hours. My Nobel Peace winners have been... in the media room. He will get a media bite in the media room. Just request him that 25 winners and our Nobel Peace are very tired. They've traveled from outside.
Humble thanks to you, Shukran, sir.
Thank you very much for those kind words. I'm sure if we had more time, we'd love to continue listening to you. Apologies for the rushed schedule. We'll move on to the next award, and this is going out to the Guardian of Wellness. With a lot of privilege, I would like to invite Her Excellency Dr. Manal Umran Taryam on stage. Could we please give Dr. Manal a huge round of applause, the recipient of the Sheikh Rashid Award for Academic Excellence, recognized with Dubai Government Excellence Award, the CEO, Primary Healthcare Services, CEO and board member of Noor Dubai Foundation, advocate for global blindness prevention, a member of the Dubai Disability Strategy Task Force. What a long list of accolades and such proud ones. Huge congratulations to Her Excellency Dr. Manal Umran Taryam. Really, really well done, and it is an honor to have you. Our next award is going out to a woman in law, Her Excellency Dr. Fatou Bensouda. Unfortunately, due to her personal demise, she couldn't be here. Our prayers go out to her family. May I please request on stage Mr. Mustafa NG to do us the great honor of receiving this amazing award, the Justice Award for World Woman in Law, Dr. Fatou Bensouda. I truly hope she gets a video bite of this later so she can celebrate. For now, thank you, Mr. Mustafa NG, for doing us the honors.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we come to the Erin Award for Love, presenting the Love Bridge of Hope. Please join me in congratulating Her Excellency Hureya Ahmad Al-Mari. Lovely congratulations to Her Excellency Hureya Ahmad Al-Mari for her initiatives focused on early detection and providing resources. Advocate for congenital heart disease awareness. organizer of community health initiatives. Work is pivotal in fostering a supportive environment for patients, advocating the advancement in cardiac health care, and the promoter of early detection programs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we present the Erin Love, the Bridge of Hope, to Your Excellency Hureya Ahmed Almari, presenting the Love International Feeding the Poor Erin Award. And it goes to Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Al-Hajj Al-Zaruni. Huge congratulations to Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Al-Hajj Al-Zaruni, the Director of Emirates Red Crescent Authority Dubai, the leader in humanitarian relief operations worldwide, coordinator of disaster response initiatives, and the promoter of community development programs, the advocate for volunteerism and civil engagement, and a supporter of sustainable humanitarian solutions. Many, many congratulations. One more time, maybe please give it up for Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Al-Hajj Al-Zaruni, sir. Truly well deserved, yes, sir.
Our next award is for Love Thy Neighborhood Award, and this one goes to none other than Miss Maggie Doyne. Please welcome on stage Miss Maggie Doyne with a huge round of applause. She founded Blink Now Foundation to help vulnerable children, established the Kopila Valley Children's Home in Nepal, empowers local communities through sustainability initiatives, CNN Hero of the Year 2015, Forbes 30 Under 30, Social Entrepreneur Honoree, Cosmopolitan Fun Fearless Female Award 2014, and she aims to build a sustainable future through local solutions. Really fantastic list of accolades there. Huge congratulations to Miss Maggie Doyne. We'll move on to our next awardee, and for this, may I please invite on stage with a massive round of applause, Dr. Alfredo Juan Spir-Yunes. Let's please give Dr. Alfredo a big round of applause to welcome him on stage. You are being awarded Love Thy Planet Award.
Wow, wonderful.
The first environmental economist at the World Bank, 1976. Directed World Bank office in Geneva. Peace Ambassador Award 2006. Planetary Healer Award 2020. Advocates of integrating spirituality in public policy. Promote sustainability, human rights, and holistic economics are few amongst many of his accolades.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Erin Award for Love, the World Animal Lover Award. This is very special. Please join me as we like to welcome our recipient with a loud cheer and an applause. Let's give it up for Dr. Jane Goodall, Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire, the recipient of Love, the World Animal Lover Award, conducted groundbreaking research on chimpanzee behavior, awarded the UN Messenger of Peace for promoting environmental awareness. Amazing congratulations to Dr. Jane Goodall, DBE, the Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Love, World Disabilities. Oh, wonderful. Wow, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, on her behalf, may we please welcome ma'am to kindly join us here on stage and receive the award on behalf of Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire, Dr. Jane Goodall, who conducted groundbreaking research on chimpanzee behavior, awarded UN Messenger of Peace for promoting environmental awareness, received Templeton Prize in 2021 for integrating science and spirituality in conservation, and founded the Jane Goodall Institute for Primate Conservation. Ladies and gentlemen, she advocates for habitat protection and sustainable practices. May we please once again put our hands together for Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire, Dr. Jane Goodall. And continue the applause as we present the Love World Disabilities Samaritan Award. Any guesses? Well, maybe open hands together for Miss Amal Galal Sabri, the recipient of Love World Disabilities Samaritan Award here at our prestigious Erin Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a recipient of the Emirates Women of the Year Humanitarian Award 2016 and the pioneer in autism support services in the UAE, the managing director of Emirates Autism Center and the advocate for autism awareness and support. She's the recipient. Oh, we have the beautiful golden lady. Wow. The recipient of the Emirates Women of the Year Humanitarian 2016 and the collaborator with healthcare professionals and educator, the supporter of inclusive community initiatives. May we please give her a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Amal Galal Sabri. Lovely congratulations to the gorgeous lady.
We now move on to the next award, and this, might I please ask that your applause be much louder than they were before. A truly special award for a truly special person. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the future looking at us right in the face. The Little Light of Love Award goes to, with a loud round of applause, Miss Kiara Kaur. Prodigy Award 2022, speaker at the United Nations events on girls' rights, child prodigy and global speaker, recipient of the Global Child Prodigy Award 2022, the youngest TEDx speaker at the age of 5, the advocate for girls' rights and the education, speaker at the United Nations events, promoter of early childhood literacy, inspirational figure for our young learners worldwide, and truly an absolute inspiration for all of us in this room and outside today. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Kiara Kaur. Let's give her a massive, massive round of applause. Very, very well deserved, Kiara. Thank you all for that support and that cheer. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Ms. Kaur, we're not doing speeches at the moment, but we will definitely record your speech backstage. We'd now like to swiftly move on to the Peace Awards of the evening, and I promise you we have a few more to go. Very few. The next award we're giving out is for the Deep Forgiveness Award. And for this, with a round of applause, may we please invite her on stage. Thank you, Ms. Kaur. Once again, we now begin the Peace Awards. The first Peace Award for Deep Forgiveness goes out to Mr. Thomas J. Gallagher, the President Author, Junior of Gallagher and Company. Could we please have Mr. Thomas J. Gallagher on stage? Leader in global insurance brokerage services, advocate for ethical business practices, the supporter of corporate social responsibility initiatives, promoter of employee development programs, collaborator with non-profit organizations, contributing to community outreach projects. Once again, Mr. Thomas J. Gallagher.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the Peace Global Nonviolence Award. And the recipient is Mr. Alvaro Balendia Ortiz. Many, many congratulations to Mr. Alvaro Balendia Ortiz. Universidad Sergio Arboleda, Bogota, Colombia. Professor, Universidad Sergio Arboleda, qualified PhD in audiovisual communication, and projects highlight experiences of marginalized communities. He's the director of transmedia narrative projects and also a published author on media and conflict. Congratulations, Mr. Alvaro Balendia Ortiz. Ladies and gentlemen, we all love to travel, but this one's for the peace global traveler with a purpose. Please put your hands together as we like to invite Major Levison James Wood, the recipient of the Erin Award. Major Levison James Wood, ladies and gentlemen, the UNICEF ambassador, supports global humanitarian efforts, awarded military service honors for Afghanistan deployment, fellow of the Royal Geographical Society. He's the Chancellor of Staffordshire University and promotes education. He's the best-selling author of multiple travel and adventure books. Once again, maybe please give it up for Major Levison James Wood.
We have a couple more Peace Awards to give out, and for this one, may I please invite on stage our next awardee, Imam Faisal Abdul Rauf. Can we give him a round of applause, please? You're receiving the award for Interfaith Dialogue Champion. What an incredible award to be receiving. This goes to Mr. Imam Faisal Abdul Rauf, the founder of the Cordoba Initiative for Religious Harmony, speaker at the UN and Global Interfaith Forums. He works with global leaders on religious diplomacy, led Park 51 project to foster interfaith cooperation, the author of books addressing misconceptions about Islam. Many congratulations and very, very well deserved, Mr. Imam Faisal Abdul Rauf. Our next awardee coming up on stage, the Livelihood Enhancer. And this Peace Award goes to Dr. Salim Al-Khedbi. Let's please give Dr. Salim Al-Khedbi a big round of applause. He works and addresses topics related to governance and human rights, one that we all know is not easy. Advocates for freedom of expression and public dialogue. Emirati political analyst and researcher. Member, International Federation of Journalists. A former UAE Federal National Council candidate. He aims to promote transparency and accountability. Dr. Salim Al-Khedbi.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Peace, the Serenity Catalyst Award. Please put your hands together as we invite our recipient, Mr. Mohammed Amir bin Amin Saeed. Magnificent congratulations to Mr. Mohammed Amir bin Amin Saeed, the pioneer in holistic wellness, focusing on preventive healthcare. Founder, Zoya Health and Wellbeing Resort, offers programs that integrate physical, mental, and emotional health practices, aims to educate individuals on importance of lifestyle choices in disease prevention. Congratulations, dear sir, Mr. Mohammed Amir bin Amin Saeed, presenting the World Peace Organization Award. May we please welcome Dr. Markande Rai. Many congratulations to Dr. Markande Rai, honored with Hind Ratan Award in 2006, the Global Peace Federation Ambassador for Peace, the Senior Advisor at UN Habitat for Global Urban Development, promotes public health and medical advancements, recognized for contributions to global peace and sustainability, and supports education and gender equality initiatives. May we please give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Dr. Markande Rai. And now, this one's very, very special. We are truly excited, ladies and gentlemen, as we present the Lifetime Achievement Awards, and we have with us Dr. Josefa Korakiwala to kindly join everyone.
The Lifetime Achievements Award, ladies and gentlemen, are truly, truly special. As you've seen, these particular awards embody in entirety the community and especially the awardees' contributions to justice, peace, love, and more. The first Lifetime Achievement Award for the evening goes to... Please welcome on stage Mr. Ahmed Al-Falasi. This Lifetime Achievement Award is for the category of love. The recipient, Mr. Al-Falasi, has received the Arab Hope Makers Award 2020, committed to humanitarian efforts throughout his foundation, a philanthropist and humanitarian leader, advocate for youth empowerment and supporter of educational initiatives. He's played a significant role in fostering hope and improving lives. Mr. Ahmed Al-Falasi. The next Lifetime Award for Justice, and the recipient is Mr. Muhammad Al-Dharif Al-Shah. Can we please give Mr. Al-Shah a huge round of applause? He has dedicated the research and development of medical botany, focuses on the integration of traditional plant-based remedies into modern healthcare. Developer of herbal preparations, he aims to contribute to both public health and ecological balance. Supporter of biodiversity preservation, the promoter of traditional medicine integration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement Award for Justice goes to Muhammad Al-Dharif Al-Shah. Huge congratulations, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the Lifetime Achievement for Love. Please join us in congratulating Dr. Nadia Khalil Al-Sayed for the... Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nadia Khalil Al-Sayed for the Lifetime Achievement with Love. Let's continue the applause for the very beautiful lady inside out. The recipient of Vocational Service Award, Rotary Club of Jumeirah. The founder, Census Residential and Daycare for Special Needs. The advocate for people of determination. Established a facility that offers educational and therapeutic services. A supporter of family and caregiver resources. Thank you and congratulations for the Lifetime Achievement, Love. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to our next award, and this one's for the Lifetime Achievement Erin Award for Peace. Please put your hands together for our recipient, Mr. Hussein Ali Al-Jaziri, the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement for Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the District Governor, Rotary International District 2452, the President of Alliance Franchise Dubai, the Honorary President, French Business Council, advocate for legal and cultural exchange, and the supporter of community development initiatives. promoter of international collaboration, the senior partner, Jafar Alwan, Al Jaziri and Associates. May we please put our hands together and give it up one more time for the Lifetime Achievement for Peace. Our Erin Award to Mr. Hussein Ali Al Jaziri. Wow, we're very excited.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the final award of the night.
Enid, now what is that we're looking forward to? We're done with justice, peace, and love. And which one's our last recipient for the Lifetime Achievement Award?
I think this award needs to be a big one. This is going to be given out to somebody, a personality that embodies what our entire 2 days of summit was about. Every speech that's been shared on this platform, every topic, every controversial question has been discussed here. This recipient embodies that strength and that power.
Wow. So all our values that we believe in, ladies and gentlemen, and this is our Lifetime Achievement for Overall. This is truly magnificent. So are we ready? Should we do this together?
I think we should, and I think our audience is anticipating a quick delivery.
So let's go.
So let's go. Our award recipient tonight is His Excellency Dr. Obaid Al-Hiri Salim Al-Khedbi.
Magnificent. Congratulations.
His Excellency Dr. Obaid Al-Hiri
Salim Al-Khedbi.
Chairman Bin Farhood International Business Management Group.
Has a distinguished career in both governmental and business sectors.
Leadership roles encompass security, diplomacy, and economic development.
Commitment to public service and strategic planning.
Mr. Al-Khedbi has been the ambassador UAE to Australia
and the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, Military and Security Affairs.
And today's award, of course, has a lasting impact on UAE's growth and global standing in its future.
Wow. May we please request you all to kindly rise and put your hands together for the overall Lifetime Achievement Erin Award. His Excellency Dr. Obaid Al-Hiri Salim Al-Khedbi. Wow.
It is a moment of saying thank you very much for this award. And before really I just talk about the award briefly, I would love to thank you for organizing this event. This is it's an amazing event. UAE is always a place of peace and tolerance. I think this first edition of this award or this conference it's very successful, and hopefully that we see more of the same events in the future. This award really not only for me as a person. UAE, as you know, plays a huge role in the world, especially when we talk about humanity. I think UAE ranked #1 worldwide when it comes to peace, support, and tolerance. This is a gift. Came because of the support of my government and different roles I played in my life, and also my family, great, role in supporting me in every step on this life. Thank you so much for His Excellency Awad for this nominee, and thank you for you all, and wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special video, I Love My Family. Let's take a look at the audio visual. This is beautiful. By the way, you are all our family of global justice, love and peace. Let's check this out.
I request all the Khurakiwala family, the Master family and Latif family to come on the stage. I request everyone to come on the stage.
The beautiful family, the beautiful souls of the Khurakiwala family to kindly join us here on stage. Heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for putting your heart and soul and for coming up with our prestigious Global Justice Love and Peace Summit here at Dubai. May we have the entire Khurakiwala, the very beautiful family here on stage, please. May we please have the song, I Love My Family. The entire family, please. We also have the very two young stars who've joined us here from the United States. Thank you.
I may fall outside, but in Europe, there's no failure. You just know it without being told that, hey, you are loved for sure. This is my family. Oh, yeah. I know it will never tire. Hard and long the way may be. To walk with me the path entire. This is my family. Oh, yeah. I love my family.
So I wanted to give a vote of thanks, number one, to my family for this excellent, that they have come up for this event. All of them attended for the 2 days. They supported me during the summit. So thank you to my respected father, Dr. Habil Khurakiwala, Nafisa Khurakiwala, wife, children, brother, sister, all my family. Thank you very much. Now we will take a group photograph, and then I would request we'll play the One Heart song where all the organizers will come on the stage.
And that for you, ladies and gentlemen, the Khurakiwala family. Can we please give this beautiful family a huge round of applause? They have a united cause, and look how that family keeps growing.
So that was, we took the photo, right? We didn't take?
And at this point, I'd like to make a humble request. While the Khurakiwala family goes down, I think it is unfair for us to end what has been a curation of many, many, many months, many hours, many sleepless nights. Could we please give Dr. Josefa Khurakiwala an individual round of applause for his vision, his dedication, his commitment. A big round of applause for Dr. Khurakiwala.
Good evening to everyone. Assalam to everyone. Namaste. I am just the face of the summit. Somebody else is the eye, somebody is the hand, somebody is the leg. I am just the face of the summit. I would request all the other members who have helped in organizing this event, please come on the stage, everybody. Rajesh, Farat, Dharam, Hiren, and all the members who have Tezun, Nikunj, and all the people who have done Simran. I will miss out some names, but everybody who has helped in Bindu, Prajeep, all the people helped in organizing the event. Don't feel shy standing next to me. Please, I'm not your boss anymore. The event is over, summit is over. I'm not your boss. So stand next to me. Yeah, Samina, come. Yes. So everybody come on stage. Whoever has helped in the organizing the event, please come on. Oh. And we will sing the song, One Heart. One Heart song is there. Yes. Yeah. Dr. Mona, where are you? Dr. Mona. Dr. Mona, where is she? Come. Anybody else is missing, please come up. Anybody missing, come up. Where is Ambassador Titus? Ambassador Titus. And where is Jason? Jason, yes.
As it was in the beginning, one love, so shall it be in the end. One heart, all right. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel all right.
Mr. Santosh Savant, Hiren.
Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. One love, so when the man comes, there will be no doom. One song, have pity on those whose chances grow thin. There ain't no hiding place.
You can put the music a little higher, slightly higher the music.
One love, what about the one love? What about the let's get together and feel alright? I'm fleeing to mankind. One love, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. One love, what about the one love? What about the let's get together and feel alright? I'm fleeing to
We would like to thank Mr. Jafar Sura, who has designed these lovely trophies. Mr. Jafar Sura, thank you very much.
hear the children crying.
I think this is the perfect timing for a quick cheer from all the teams. What a successful 2 days of event. Can we have 3 cheers? Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic 2-day summit it's been. The global.
Come on the stage.
I was there, sir.
Yeah.
I don't have a mic though.
All right. Now what we can do is, I will not tell the people who have done, because if I miss out somebody, there are a lot of people over here. I just want to thank you from my bottom of my heart that you all have done a wonderful job. We have done the summit. It was the summit was conceptualized on October 6th. Within 7 months, you have done the summit. You have got 10 Nobel Prize winners. You have got the religious heads, and we have done interfaith dialogue in the UAE, in the Dubai. And this has happened because of the real hard work that you have put in. And I'm sorry, at times I've been a very tough boss on all of you, but this was required. This was required, and you have worked very hard for it. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Sheikh Awad. Sheikh Awad, please stand up, please. You have been the backbone of this. You have connected us with all the UAE government, everybody. Thank you, Sheikh Awad. And I would like to thank the two main pillars of this conference, Rajesh and Farhat, who have done excellent work in the summit. I would like to thank my wife I I would like to thank Dharam, who got both the chief guests. He got Dharam. Well done, Dharam. And he has done wonderful job. Hiren has done wonderful job. Bindu, Pradeep have done wonderful job. And all the people standing over here have done a wonderful job. I cannot take all the names. Thank you very much. And we will, this is the start of the I Am Peacekeeper movement. And God willing, this movement will go ahead. And now, what is the next? Now, I think the dinner is waiting for you. So, please go and have a lovely dinner. Please meet the lovely awardees who have come. And I welcome you to the dinner. And thank you for all coming and gracing this occasion. Thank you very much.
For the hopeless sinners who has hurt all mankind, just to save his soul, believe one love. What about a one heart? What about a let's get together and feel alright? As it was in the beginning, one love. So shall it be in the end.
Okay, now Francisca from Colombia will be singing a lovely song. Some of you can listen, some of you can have dinner, but she is going to sing a lovely song. Thank you.
All right, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen,
you.
you've heard the man of the hour. Dinner
Yes,
is now
thank
open.
you.
However,
I'm
we've
honored.
got lovely
Yes.
Francesca.
Hi, I'm Francisca from Chile, and I will have the honor to sing this love song, Where Would We Be Without Love, from Chile in Spanish for all of you.
Yeah. You want to start now? Yeah.
Yes. Congratulations to everybody for this amazing summit. Hope you enjoy this song. It's in Spanish, but music is the sound of love, so I'm sure everybody will understand. Where would we be without love? Tengo que decirte cosas de esas que yo sé van a doler bastante. Tengo que apagar la luz para mirar la luna y encontrar respuestas. Tengo que cerrar los ojos, sentir mi respirar o darle tiempo al tiempo. O tengo que dejar de amarte para que así por fin te enteres que te amo. ¿A dónde va el amor cuando se va, cuando se esconde? ¿Y a dónde, dime dónde voy a ocultarme yo cuando no sientas eso? Eso que se llama amor, que te da por momentos como un soplito de viento. ¿A dónde va el amor si por casualidad algo casualidad. ¿Alguna vez me amaste? ¿Alguna vez me amaste? Congratulations, thank you. Where would we be without love?
What does bailamos mean? Bailamos? Yeah. Bailamos. Ah, no, I said, ¿a dónde va el amor? Where does love go? ¿A dónde va el amor? Where is love going? What does bailamos mean? Let's dance. Ah, okay. Because